Yay, good peoples. What's happening? Cube, what it do? I'm him, Himothy. Gary, what's up? What's up, y'all? What's up? What's up with everybody? Everybody cool, everybody cool. That's what's up. Ah, fire lightning test. fire, fire lightning say, making it plain equals 7 hours of confusion for y'all. Facts. But look, I'm just trying to stay consistent. You feel me? Demar, what up? Yeah. Appreciate it. Cube, you gonna have to hit the link. I'm gonna need you to hold me down tonight. You feel me? So go ahead, get your drink up in you. You know what I mean? To help hold me down. Gullah, what's up, Gullah? I'm gonna send out the link in a minute, Gullah. Um, you feel me? Yeah. Yep. Rodney is. he said his name Rodney Islam Bay ass nigga. Hey Cube, this straight Pepsi. I'm bluffing. You feel me? Look, this straight Pepsi in here ain't no cognac or nothing in this motherfucker. Got work in the morning. You feel me? And my schedule is full as hell on a Friday. You know what I mean? Can't have no hangover on a Friday in the shop. You know what I mean? That's when the the guys that won't go out on the weekend, right? They want their shit to be right. You know what I mean? They want them blends mean. They want them lines sharp. I don't think this a wine glass, yo. I think this like a cognac kind of glass, yo. See, if y'all can't see it, my girl got me this, my name on the front of it. It say Shay. Y'all call me Chef, but it's actually Shay. If you want to shorten my name, it's Shay. But for my YouTube people, I let y'all go with the chef. You know what I mean? I like that too. Cause I'm the chef. I be cooking this shit up for y'all. So I like that too. But it's usually Shay. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a yak goblet. There you go, watch it. Watch it on point. Six finger, what's up? Yeah. Devontae, what to do? Yo, I don't have nothing to talk about. Yeah, Shay, like, but it's like Che Guevara. It's spelled CHE instead of SHA. You know what I mean? Or O'Shea is like what's that nigga name? Ain't that Ice Cube name? O'Shea. Rashu, what up? Everybody, come on in here. Late show, Tank Ducking. Eric Ishmael, ain't nothing per black. What's up, man? What's up? What we gonna do tonight? We gotta get into something, yo. Somebody give me a topic. I just jumped on, like I said, because I want to stay consistent. You know what I mean? Yeah. I want to stay consistent. You know what I mean? But we can get into whatever y'all want to talk about tonight. You dig what I'm saying? Brendan, what it do, Brendan? Yeah, we can get into whatever y'all want to talk about. Egypt is a black land. King Jers, what's up? What's up? What's up, y'all? Y'all tap in. That's what I'm talking about. Tap in. Tap in. Let me see what we got going on here. Yeah, tap in. Like I said, we can talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. OGs. Fish Room, what up? Fire Knowledge. Fire Knowledge Decoded. What's up? Hey, yo, who on here got their own YouTube page? Chef Carter, what's up? Because whoever on here that got their own pages, start putting y'all pages in because I need more YouTube channels to watch. You know what I mean? So if y'all got YouTube channels, put them in the description. I mean, put them down in the what's the name and tag me to it so I can go ahead and subscribe to y'all shit. You feel me? Cube, I know, yo. I need to subscribe to yours, yo. I was on there before, but I never subscribed. I got on the YouTube when you debated when you did that atheism debate and you crushed that dude. Yeah, man. Hey, Sabio, I'm already on your shit, yo. So I'm already subscribed to your shit. Come on, don't do me like that. Yeah, man. Ah. Yeah. Kent, what's up, Kent? Kent, what you doing, Kent? I need a co-host. Where you at, bro? You probably tucked in. Kent got work in the morning. I already understand. Trust me, I understand. But I can get into some light reading. I really want to finish that Nubian article that I was reading with Smash and Unk the other night that Unk sabotaged it. He couldn't let me get through the goddamn the Britannica Nubian article. This nigga is smarter than Encyclopedia Britannica now. Unk disagreed with the whole Encyclopedia Britannica article on Nubia. That's amazing to me. Niggas is smarter than Encyclopedia Britannica now. Only in this community, I swear. Only in this community. A nigga told me, don't believe Encyclopedia Britannica. Believe him. Who else up here? Smash, what up? Smash. Smash, I want to finish this article, man. If you got time, I need you to come on. Cause I heard, you know what I mean, you with all of that rah-rah this morning. You know I be tuned in, but I be working. You know what I mean? Heard all that rah-rah this morning. You know what I mean? But it's all good. But I definitely want to finish that article with you. The Britannica article. Yeah, I know what's the name gotta work. But I'm gonna just read through it. Well, let me hook my iPad up. Cause I'm gonna read it off of my iPad. Where my cable at? Oh, here you go. I think this. Give me a second, y'all. a smash, but you know what this channel really need though? We need one of your songs so we can play, because I want to make an intro and an outro video. But I would love for you to give me the authorization to use one of your songs for promotion. We get around 2,000 views on the video, so it'll be promotion also. You know what I mean? For you. I know you don't need it, but you know, it's something. Let me see. Yo, I can't find my goddamn. Crazy. I got it. All right, we cooking. Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna send the link out in a minute, Sabio. I'm gonna just read through this article first, right? And then y'all can come on and tell me what y'all think about it, the things that y'all agree or disagree with. And I'm gonna tell y'all before I get started, the main reason that I read the hey, move, buddy. Damn, my dog under my desk and hit my camera. God damn it. The main reason I had brought that Encyclopedia Britannica article was to show that you know, even though Egypt and Nubia, you know, is very similar. Is very similar. Academia does show the difference, right? And they were two different kingdoms. I just want to show that because I feel as though, from my perspective, that a lot of times in this community we blend Egypt and Nubia together to almost, you know, be one thing, where a lot of times it was one thing culturally because there's a lot of cultural overlap. You dig what I'm saying? But they were definitely two different kingdoms. And the article even talks about, you know, even if you think about it, and me and Unc was talking about this earlier. I think the blending of the two cultures together, in my opinion, I feel like it takes away from Nubia when we blend it. You know what I mean? Or try our best to blend it. I think Nubia gets slighted in that, not Egypt. So I just want, from my perspective, show the differences, right? Because I feel like Nubia can stand on his own. Any article or thing that you read on Nubia, it tell you that Nubia was a contemporary of Egypt. You dig what I'm saying? They were contemporaries, meaning they existed at the same time, right? So they don't say which one came first. You know what I mean? For the most part, you know, it seems as though they came about around the same time. You know what I mean? So I think we need to start looking at Nubia, you know, in its own light, so to say, without constantly have to blending it with Egypt. In any museum that I've been to, they always have an Egypt exhibit and a Nubian exhibit. You know what I mean? So it shows the difference. CK, what it do? But anyway, I'm gonna get into this article. Then I'm gonna send out a link. I'm gonna make the Zoom right now. I'm gonna make the Zoom meeting right now. Boom. Boom. That's doing. All right, I'm gonna leave that. All right, cool. Let me close that out. All right, I'm making a Zoom now for you sons. Boom. All right, that's up. CK said death to the pseudos. All right. You said Dr. Clark said Nubia was the elder. Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. All right, let's see. All right, let's go to the iPad. Boom. iPad up, y'all. This is the Encyclopedia Britannica article that I was reading the other night with Smash, and Reggie. So let's get to it. Hold on, let me put. I'm gonna do what Smash do. When Smash reading, he always put his picture on the side, so or him reading on the side. So I'm gonna do that real quick. I got a slick program also, Smash, so I can do a lot of the shit that you do. So let me see. Let me put this right here. Let's see, iPad. But I'm sipping straight Pepsi. I'm sipping straight Pepsi out here, bluffing. Definitely bluffing. Let me change this to alright, I'm gonna make me a circle. I'm gonna make this a circle. Boom. And we're gonna put him right there. We're gonna put him right there. That's cool. All right. How that's looking, y'all? Do that look cool? Do that look like Smash joint where he be having himself in the corner? My camera is. I need to switch my camera. This camera is having a hard time focusing. I don't want to have to break out the big boy. Cube, I use Ecamm Live on the Mac. That's the program I use. It's dope. I also have OBS Studio. But for the most part, I use OBS. It's easier. It do everything that Ecamm do everything that OBS use. I mean, it can do everything that OBS do, but it's simpler. It's easier. You dig what I'm saying? So because the Apple try to all Apple programs simplify things. Yeah, OBS tight. I got OBS. Like I said, this program do everything OBS do. It just do it simpler. You dig what I'm saying? Everything that I do, I can just is a press of a button. You dig what I'm saying? I ain't got to do all of these scenes and you know what I mean. Like there's a lot to it. In OBS, even though I know how to use OBS. All right. But anywho, let me get to this reading. This is Nubia, y'all. All right. Well, let's rock. All right. Nubia, ancient region in northeastern Africa extending approximately from the Nile River Valley near the first cataract in Upper Egypt eastward to the shores of the Red Sea, southward to about Khartoum in what is now Sudan, and westward to the Libyan desert. Nubia is traditionally divided into two regions. The southern portion, which extended north to the southern end of the second cataract to the Nile, was known as Upper Nubia. This was called Kush. Kush under the 18th dynasty pharaohs of ancient Egypt and was called Ethiopia by the ancient Greeks. Lower Nubia was the northern part of the region located between the second and the first cataract of Aswan. This was called Wawat. Shrink that down a little bit so y'all can see it. Boom. We still good? Y'all still can see it? All right, cool. The region of Lower Nubia saw one of the earliest phases of state formation in the world. Rulers of the A group culture who were buried in a cemetery at Quastille excavated by the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago in the 1960s adopted symbols of kingship similar to those of contemporary kings of Egypt of the Naqada II and III period. With the rise of the first dynasty in Egypt, 2950 BCE, the A group culture and Nubia's independence were extinguished. No archaeological remains of the native Lower Nubians of the next 500 years have been discovered. Pharaoh Seneferu of 2575 BCE conducted a raid into Nubia and established an Egyptian outpost at Buhen, west of the Nile. Quarries of Guinness were opened as mineral exploitation intensified. During the 6th dynasty, the Egyptian governors of Aswan started long-range trading expeditions, sometimes combined with military raids. The most famous governor among them, Harkuf, penetrated southward far beyond the second cataract of the Nile to a land he named Yam, whence he obtained a pygmy whom he brought to Pepi II. Toward the end of Harkuf's career, the Nubian chiefs united imperiling the Aswan expeditions. A new population called the C group by archaeologists inhabited Wawat, while a group known in the present day as the Kerma culture occupied Kush. During the first intermediate period, many Nubians served as mercenaries in Egypt. Smash be talking about that. When Sesostris I of the 12th dynasty invaded Nubia about 1915 BC, he named the land south of the second cataract Kush. Sesostris III about 1826 BCE tried to occupy Say Island, but was compelled to fall back to Simna, where he built a chain. Hold on. Where he built a chain of powerful fortresses. He forbade the Cushites to pass north of Simna except to trade at Aken, a major commercial center at the northern end of the Second Cataract. Simna was also where the Egyptians recorded the Nile inundation levels during the Middle Kingdom. Now, this is a area. This is a part of the article that Brother Unk intensified his disagreement with the article. When the article stated what he said, I don't understand why he chose to disagree as much. We can read right here in the article, right? Unk was okay. Yeah, Unk had intensified his disagreement at this point, but saying that they were trading posts when we said that they were forts. The the uh the article was right and exact, right? It agreed with Unk's statement that they was conducting trade at the forts, but they were fortresses. Simple and plain. So the fact that he disagreed, like the article was wrong, the article wasn't wrong. And shit. Brendan, this not my Mac. I'm on my iPad. This is streaming onto my into my program from my so this is my regular Google joint on my iPad. This is my regular Google browser on my iPad. That's what that is. If I would have pulled it up on my computer, these ads wouldn't have been up. But I like to have two different monitors going, so I won't be looking straight at the computer reading. I'm looking at my iPad set up over here, and I'm reading from my iPad. But I feel you. But anyways, yeah. So Unc had disagreed with this part of the article, and this where the whole conversation went off rails, right? And the rest of the show was focusing on the Unc's disagreement. Like the article was actually saying something wrong, but it wasn't, because it confirmed what Unc said. You know what I mean? It says it right here. It says Sesostris III, about 1826 BCE, tried to occupy Say Island, but was compelled to fall back to Simna, where he built a chain of powerful fortresses. Right? I said they was forts. Then it says he forbade the Cushites to pass. He forbade the Cushites to pass north of Simna. So the Egyptians, right, told the Cushites that y'all restricted, they controlled their movement in their own land, and they built fortresses to check the Nubians' movement in their own land. So this is an occupation. This is what we were saying, and they built forts for that occupation. But the Nubians had goods and shit in Nubia, or in Kush, that the Egyptians wanted. So those same forts that forbade or was a deterrent or barriers that they didn't want the Nubians to pass through, they still wanted the goods from Nubia. And I guess the Nubians still wanted that money from the Egyptians. It's trade. So those forts became trading posts also. And the damn article states that, right? It says, he forbade Sesostris, forbade the Cushites to pass north of Semina, except to trade at Akin, a major commercial center at the northern end of the Second Cataract. Simna was also where the Egyptians recorded the Nile inundation levels during the Middle Kingdom. See? He derailed the whole rest of from me reading the rest of the article over that right there. Over that right there. All right. The kingdom of Kush eventually broke through the frontier as Egyptian control waned in the later 13th dynasty. The Kushites seized Buhen, right? Remember that fortress. The Nubians seized it, right? They gained control over it. It say the kingdom of Kush eventually broke through the frontier as Egyptian control waned in the later 13th dynasty. The Kushites seized Buhen and by 1650 BCE had advanced northward to Aswan. About the time of the Hyksos invasion of Egypt, they raided Upper Egypt, seizing many fine Middle Kingdom monuments that they carried off to Kerma, their capital. Remember, Kerma was in Kush. That would be um Upper Nubia, right? So that's in the deep south. All right. That they took back to their capital, right? Archaeologists found those objects during the excavations of the large tumulus tombs of the Kushite chiefs who were buried on beds surrounded by hundreds of their sacrificed retainers. Now, a sacrificed retainer is, people that the Kushites in their religion, when a guy when one of their kings or pharaohs would die, then people would volunteer to serve him in the afterlife. So they would, get sacrificed to actually serve and help the king make his journey in the afterlife or be with him in the afterlife. So I guess it was an honor, right? So it's an article on Wikipedia about sacrificial retainers and stuff, right? I think Egypt used to do it in the Old Kingdom, but they stopped it. They stopped it, that practice in the Old Kingdom. But you can see that the Egyptians and the Nubians shared a lot of cultural overlap because even by the 16th century BCE, the Nubians was still doing things that the Egyptians had stopped doing around damn near 1,500 years or 1,000 years ago, right? The Nubians was still practicing those culture. I mean, some of those cultural practices. All right. Some expatriate Egyptians took service with the rulers of Kush as mercenaries. So Smash always talking about how the Nubians were in Egypt, as a fighting force for the Egyptians, but you can see it was going on in both kingdoms because right there say Egyptians also fought for the Nubians, right? And the Nubian armies also as mercenaries. So it was going both ways. See, I'm just trying to show you that Nubia was a contemporary of Egypt and was a bad motherfucker. And at times, did the damn thing just as good as the Egyptians. But they was two separate kingdoms. All right. Wait a second. All right. Hyksos seals from the Karma tombs indicate that the Kushite princes had contact with the Hyksos. When Kamos of Egypt's Theban 17th dynasty attacked the Hyksos the Hyksos ruler Apopus the first sought to make an alliance with the Cushites. Kathmos, however, intercepted the messenger, dwarfing the scheme. So what had happened? Well, we'll talk about that later. But it's basically saying Egyptians caught the Nubians talking to the Hyksos, right? Because the Hyksos was asking the Nubians for help. I am CK. I ain't even sent out the what's the name yet. I'm gonna send it out. So when the Egyptians finally took care of the Hyksos, right? They figured it was time now to go fuck them Nubians up because them Nubians was actually, you know what I mean, in collusion with the Hyksos, right, against Egypt. All right, so you know what I mean. All right, so while expelling the Hyksos, the Thebans, right, began to penetrate Nubia also, and under Ahmose mounted a full invasion of the region. Amenhotep the first, 1514 to 1493 BCE, conquered Kerma, destroying the kingdom of Kush. Nubia was colonized, and the viceroy of Kush became its chief Egyptian imperial official. Thutmose I extended Egyptian control to Kanassa, upstream from the fourth cataract of the Nile. Gold was the main resource exploited by the Egyptians. Kush producing significant amounts of this precious metal. The C group Nubians were gradually Egyptianized until by the middle of the 18th dynasty, their culture had disappeared. Unk disagreed with that also. Don't know why. But Ramses II from 1279 to 1213 BCE of the 19th dynasty had several temples constructed in Nubia. In the 19th and 20th dynasty, desertification caused a partial depopulation of Wawat. Now remember, Wawat was the area right between Egypt and Nubia. Right? So right below Aswan is where this region of Nubia had started at. So it was saying Wawat, right? That area had a drought, right? The desert had grew. It's called desertification, right? So it had depopulated more than half of their population. So all right. So where was we at? All right. The C group Nubians were gradually Egyptianized until the middle of the 18th dynasty. Their culture had disappeared. Ramses II of 1279 to 1213 BCE of the 19th dynasty had several temples constructed in Nubia. In the 19th and 20th dynasty, desertification caused a partial depopulation of Wawat. But in the civil wars of the late 20th dynasty, the viceroy of Kush played a major role after Herihor took control in Upper Egypt. Nubia broke away from Egypt despite a long and costly war waged by the Thebans. And this is the temple of Abu Simbel, right? This says temple at Abu Simbel built by Ramses II and dedicated to his first queen Nefertari for the worship of the goddess Hathor in Nubia, now southern Egypt. So Wikipedia is stating again that Nubia, right, what we call Nubia, is in the borders of modern day Egypt today. So there's a lot of cultural overlap and probably a lot of things that is called Egyptian in southern Egypt, which is actually Nubian. That just makes sense. Pan African Design said I disagree. All right. In the region of Kush, now I have books that I can pull up that can substantiate what I'm reading also. So the books that I have on Nubia, um, from what I'm reading, that's why I pulled up this article, because from what I'm reading from this Wikipedia article, it's been on point with all of the books that I have on Nubia, and I'm gonna pull up the books that I have on Nubia in a second. And it's basically summarizing, you know what I mean, and condensing the information for you. All right, bet smash. You know what I mean? I'm gonna send out the link in a minute. I just wanted to get through the article. And then we can go over where everybody disagree with or not, if this article about Nubia is not valid for some reason. Encyclopedia is not valid. I need to know why. You know what I mean? Because like I said, all of the books that I have on Nubia, you know what I mean? This is it's condensing the information. But I haven't read nothing in this article that disagrees with the books that I have on Nubia. And I can show y'all. And I'm gonna do that tonight. In the region of Kush, a new kingdom appeared about 800 BCE. Under its ruler Kashta, rapid Egyptianization started, and the Kushites occupied Upper Egypt. The Kushite ruler Pianki or Pi completed the Egyptianization and about 730 BCE raided Lower Egypt. Ardent worshippers of Amun, the Kushites considered the Lebanized Lower Egyptians cultural degenerates, but they felt a strong affinity for the Thebans, who were also worshippers of Amun. Now think about what that just said. If y'all are listening to the article, it talked about how in the 18th dynasty, right, and in the 20th dynasty, it was a rapid Egyptianization of Wawat, right? So these people, being Egyptianized, right? But it's cultural. It's all cultural, right? Them by the Thebans, right? Because it said the Thebans launched the attack into Nubia. This is what the article is saying. So it's talking about for hundreds of years how the Thebans, right, were in Nubia, right? And a rapid Egyptianization had took place, because when cultures are in that close contact with each other, there's going to be acculturations on both sides. So what happened was the Nubians, right, came under the sway of this religion, right? And any book that you read, it will tell you how when they took over, right, it was a big thing that they did because they had control over the temple of Amun, right? And he put his daughter, Pianki had put his daughter as the chief priestess in the temple of Amun. I think her name was Amenderis or something. But anyway, the Egyptianization was happening, but they disagreed with this part also. And the article is saying what the books are saying. Like it's definitely was on point from what I've read so far. Okay, so it's a ardent worshippers of Amun. The Kushites considered the Lebanized Lower Egyptians cultural degenerates, but they felt a strong affinity for the Thebans, who were also worshippers of Amun. The Kushite ruler Shabaka succeeded Pianki and conquered all of Egypt around about 715 BCE, ending the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th dynasties. Now that's deep right there. It just said that 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 what's his name? That Shabaka, right, had ended the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th dynasties at the same time. Now think about that. You had multiple dynasties in Egypt going on at the same time. It was different people saying that they were kings, right, of Egypt, all at the same time. Deep. So you said, how did they disappear? That's crazy. You can disappear because of culture. Um, you know what I mean? Is archaeology, bro. Right, Brendan. The history is well recorded, so I don't even understand how we in disagreement over the Britannica. I mean, is you know what I mean? Everything is not racist. Sometimes, articles just give a overview of something. Now you could always go into it and get more specific. But to say that the article is wrong is crazy. Like you really gotta show that. All right. It says that Shabaka had ended the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th dynasties. Moving his capital to Memphis, he founded Egypt's 25th dynasty, which is called the Kushite in the King's List. In 701 BCE, Shabaka backed the Hebrew king Hezekiah's revolt against Assyria. The Assyrian king Sennacherib marched into Palestine and defeated an Egypto-Kushite unit at El Teka, but failed to take Jerusalem as Prince Taharqa appeared with reinforcements. Peace between Egypt and Assyria followed until the Assyrian king Asa, 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 Asa Hayden, Asher Hayden began aggressive movements into Palestine. An attempted invasion of Egypt in 674 BCE failed, but in 671 the Assyrians succeeded and expelled Taharqa from Memphis. Taharqa intermittently reoccupied Egypt, but in 663 BCE, the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal drove him and his successor Tenutimon out, sacking Thebes. The Assyrians appointed the Said princes as governors of Egypt, and by 656 BCE, the Said prince Semtek I had both gained Egypt's independence from Assyria and secured Upper Egypt against the Kushite designs. Because of continued intrigues, an Egyptian expedition sacked the capital of Kush, Napata, about 592. The Kushite capital was then transferred to Meroe, where the Kushite kingdom survived for another 900 years. The Persians are also believed to have tried to invade Nubia. Cut off from Egypt, the Egyptian culture of Nubia grew increasingly Africanized until the ascension in 45 BCE of Queen Amenishti. She and her immediate successors temporarily arrested the loss of Egyptian culture, but thereafter it continued unchecked. Meanwhile, In 23 BCE, a Roman army under Gaius Petronius destroyed Napata. By the 3rd century CE, the Blemis of the eastern or Arabian desert, Bija, that's what my man Gullah always talking about, the Bija people, had destroyed the Meroitic culture in Lower Nubia, and Meroe itself was destroyed between 320 and 350 by an expedition that was dispatched by Azanus, king of Uxum. The Meroic culture was followed in Nubia by what may have been that of the Nabate, who replaced the northern kingdom of Napata. In approximately 540, the Nabate were converted to Christianity, and shortly thereafter, the king Silko defeated the Blemis and the people of Upper Nabata. The capital of Nabate appears then to have been moved to Faris until they were amalgamated later in the 6th century with Makura into a single kingdom of Dunkula. South of the Dunkula was the kingdom of Elwa, which became Christian in 580. In 652, a Muslim army from Egypt captured Dunkula and compelled the kingdom to pay tribute to Egypt. Dunkula remained Christian until the 14th century, when it was overrun by Mamluk armies from Egypt. Suba, the Alu capital, survived to the 16th century and then gave way to the Muslim Funj dynasty of Sennar. Okay. So that's the history of Nubia, according to Encyclopedia Britannica. All right, let me send out this link. First, you got to grab the link. And boom. Now, I found the article decent. Boom, the link is in the chat, y'all. I'm sorry, I'm trying to send it out again. CK, I'm about to post it in the back chat for you.
What's good, brother?
Q, what's going on, bro? What's up with you?
Oh man, everything is everything, man. It's good to be on with you.
Yes, sir.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest. You talking about Egypt? That's a bit above my pay grade, and that's I'm gonna be honest, man. That's something that I don't study. Just very swiftly. When I left religion, the fake Black Hebrew Israelites, I was in Kemet for about like 3 days. I got a cup of coffee and a sweet roll, and I was out. I was like, this is all bullshit. It's just still more bullshit. But I'm gonna say this though. After listening to what you were talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you were reading that the Nubians came in, and you said Shabaka it was they came and took down 3 dynasties. Am I correct?
Yeah.
at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna tell you, bro, as a person who doesn't study this was very enlightening because I always thought that the dynasties were cyclical, meaning, you know, the second came after the first, the third came after the second, the fourth came after the third. I
Mm-hmm.
thought it was that, but what it's sounding like is more so if the South had won the Civil War and then we just had two United States of America, to where it would be two different countries now. But people from the outside looking in would still call it Egypt. The same way that like Germany or France would still call it America, but it's still two different countries. So I say that to say this: when we look at Egypt and a lot of these so-called dynasties, these people weren't even on the same type of time. Like they were doing different things. Like if you have your own dynasty, and stop me whenever you want to correct me, because like I say, I'm a novice when it comes to this, but it sounds like they were doing their own thing. So a lot of times when brothers say like, "Oh, Egypt was black," I think they're only talking about a portion. They're not
Mm-hmm.
talking about Egypt as in Egypt. They're talking about a portion.
Mm-hmm.
Am I correct, or do I, can you correct me?
Um.
Um, Sorry, Chef.
Oh yeah.
Please, family.
Oh, what's up,
Pardon.
Wassa? I
What's
think
happening, brother?
I no. I think I think you. I think that you are absolutely correct in what you're saying. But I think for the most part, I think they be trying to blanket blackness over all of Egypt because they don't explain it correctly in depth. The way you see how you just broke it apart. You know what I mean? They don't do that like that. They, for the most part, they try to act like, you know, that the
It
culture
was
and
all one thing.
it was all one thing, right? You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's a good way to look at it. You know what I mean? That's a good because
The
those
thing
other
is,
people that's it. Go ahead.
Egypt is a monolith. So if you
No, well, hold on,
want,
brother. Hold on. You literally cannot say it's a monolith. If you
it
just
is,
told you that there was three dynasties running concurrent, you can't say it's a monolith.
but this was a civilization. It was an empire that started a
But listen,
civilization.
listen, brother. I don't mean to cut you off of that, and I want to let you speak, but I think you're starting off the wrong way because you're saying like it was a monolith when it wasn't. When he just told you that there were three dynasties going on at the same exact time, and there was a
It
brother.
No, they weren't. That's not true.
Bro, hold on,
That's
hold
what
on,
I
hold
need to
on.
correct
Okay,
you on.
so hold on. He just read something. Are you willing to dispute what he just read?
Oh yeah, I can. I want to.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'll listen to that. I'll listen to that.
So if you look at the genesis of Egypt, where are the oldest pyramids found?
Brother, we don't have to go to the Genesis. You said you're willing to dispute it. Let's go to what he just read, and
Okay,
he
so
just
what's
said
the
the
argument?
three.
Is
No,
Egypt
no,
black or not?
no,
Is
no,
that
no,
what the
no, no,
argument
no,
is?
no. I can go where you going at. You said where were the oldest pyramids found?
Yeah.
Is this Saqqara?
How far south is that?
Um, I don't know, but we could pull it up. Let's see.
But hold on, like why you getting that? I do want to pose a question. You don't have to answer right now. But what's the purpose of going to like the oldest pyramid when you just read something that showed that there were three dynasties going on at the same time? But then
Okay,
subsequently,
look.
you say like it's a monolith. That makes zero sense to me. I'm just being real,
Do you
and
not
I don't
believe that
mean
the Egyptian civilization became a monolith?
okay. Listen to the verbiage that you just used. You said it became that. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
now
exactly. That's
point
what it
me.
became.
Okay. Well, point me to the time that it became a monolith. Because what I'm talking
When you've
about.
got people like the Assyrians and all these other people, the Greeks coming to study,
Okay, can you
different
put
people from the
brother? Can you
Mediterranean
point me
invading.
brother? Okay, so what I'm doing right now is I'm asking poignant and succinct questions to you, and you have yet to answer any of those, which is causing me to reiterate it, which is making me think that you don't understand it. Which I think that you're a very intelligent brother, but I'm going to need you to answer some of these questions because you keep
Right,
making assertions, but you refuse to answer the questions after the assertion has been made. So
right.
now you said that Egypt was a monolith. This brother just read that there were three dynasties going on at the same time. How do you get a monolith of three dynasties going on at the same time? Explain that to me, please.
Okay, those three dynasties were following the same culture. like I try to explain in the chat, is that there was a lot of civil war going on. That's why you've got three dynasties running at the same time. Today in Nigeria,
Okay,
you've got about 5 or 6 different kingdoms.
okay. So if I were to ask you, in 1862, was America a monolith? You would have to say no because there was a civil war going on at the time. You had
But that's
two,
the genesis, right, of what became the civilization that is the
bro.
first world
Listen,
country that
bro,
is
bro,
America
listen.
today.
But listen, you don't get the benefit of going to, well, let's go to the Genesis. You don't get that benefit because I'm talking about a particular dispensation of time. You don't get to say, well, what did it start from? You don't get to do that. What you have to do is address the time that I'm talking about. So if we go to 1862, you wouldn't say that America was a monolith. You would have to say that there were two separate powers that were fighting for one piece of land. So now I'm asking
Exactly.
you. Okay, all right.
All right,
Go ahead,
so
brother. You
he
got.
he asked, where was the oldest pyramids found? Um, so is it your belief that they were found in the South?
Yeah.
Okay, that's wrong.
Okay.
It's in
You
Saqqara,
tell me.
and Saqqara is just south of Giza, and Giza, right, is a part of modern day Cairo. So it's
Are you
just
looking up? Are you looking up the pyramids that were these architectural um, speciality, or are you looking at where the pyramid itself started as a burial
no. I'm not talking
figure?
about burial mounds. You said pyramids. You said
A mound. If you look at the mounds in Sudan, they pyramids. They're literally constructed as pyramids.
what?
They are, or they were.
All right. I don't. Well, you can have your own interpretation. I'm not going.
They were
I'm
small,
yeah.
very, very small,
I'm not going to
but
argue
they were
with you on your
pyramids, not
interpretation on what a
mounds.
pyramid is. Like that's.
So this is where the development of the culture starts.
See, I don't have
Those are
no.
the blackest people in Africa.
Look, I'm not.
But
I'm
see,
not
hold on. Let me
arguing
say this
Blackest
real
race.
quick.
people
Like
in
that's.
Africa.
Let me say this real quick. That's the over focus that I was trying to get
Mm.
away from. It is the over focus of where it came from. Listen, bro, we don't have to talk about where it came from. Let's talk about specific dispensations of time and things that were going on. Let's talk about that. I don't understand why we have to talk about where things came from. That makes zero sense to me in a particular argument like this. Especially with the article he just read. He wasn't talking about the origins of Egypt. He was talking about a specific time in Egypt. Why don't we deal with what he just read?
But he went through a few time periods, and that's the politics of what the civilization was.
Brother, you sound
Eventually,
like.
eventually, the black people got pushed out of Egypt because there was so many invasions.
Okay, so watch
I
this. If
wouldn't
you
say
agree, see,
I wouldn't say they got
bro, you
pushed
just
out. I said they
agreed.
got
And
absorbed.
because the Kushites and the Nubians had a vested interest
So
because this was their
so watch
culture. They
this.
started it.
So watch this. How
They
can
kept
you now?
infighting.
So how can you now sit here and say that the original black people were pushed out, but you don't want to talk about the time that they were pushed out?
I've always said it. It started with between the first and the third dynasties. Before that, this culture was developing into what it became.
All right, brother, you got it, man. I'm trying to learn to agree to disagree. You got it, brother.
Now,
Ah.
we can agree to disagree. That's one thing for
If
sure.
you said people was pushed, I don't see how people was pushed out. People was absorbed and they mixed in and shit like that, but nobody was ever pushed out. I mean, of course, you did have some people that migrated elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? Who didn't want to deal with the bureaucracy, while other people stayed and stayed with other groups and shit.
Hey,
The
but hold on.
Horners were
Weren't the
pushed out.
Hyksos?
They
Weren't
were
the Hyksos
the
pushed
Horners were
out though?
definitely pushed out.
The Hyksos were pushed out. They
Were
were
the
pushed
Hyksos
out.
African?
Well, brother, that's not like what we're talking about. I'm just only dealing with like what was
The
said.
Kushites were African.
Yeah, but you're constantly adding caveats to like when you're on the losing side of an argument, you keep adding these
You can't say
caveats.
the Hyksos were pushed out. They were just pushed back to where they came from.
Oh, Okay, you're right, brother. You're right. They weren't pushed out. They were pushed back out to where the fuck they came from. Okay, you're right.
outside of the continent. The Kushites, they were in the continent, in Egypt.
All right, listen. That's. So what's your point? Like you saying that the original black people who started Egypt, right, were pushed out of Egypt eventually by successive.
I'm saying they were black. I'm saying they were black.
Yeah. I don't have no problem with you saying that they was black. Like I don't,
That's all I'm saying. Nothing else.
right. So
You said what's going on?
he's saying that they was black. That's what I'm saying. I have no problem with you saying that the original Egyptians was black. You dig? That's not my issue, right? But you gonna have to prove that.
I wouldn't even say that that was black because that term wasn't even around. Yeah, some of them was tropical, equatorial selected.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
we can get technical about it.
Tropically
Yes.
selected in their own way. You know what I'm saying? For us, like East Africa or whatever. But you also had other groups there too. Like you had them, like I always keep saying, they had the Frasian groups there. You had the Nilo-Saharan groups there. You know what I'm saying? Nilo-Saharan groups are a little older. You know what I'm saying? Our Frasian groups are just a
I think
newer
the
culture.
biggest issue is that I'm a continental African, so I understand the progression.
Bro, that
I
don't mean,
know
bro,
why.
Wanda, bro. You was in
I
a
know
team of
why
Osiris, bro. We
the
used to beat you
Kushites
up
were
all the time.
always
Just
looked
because
a certain way.
you live on the continent, I don't mean don't give you no validation and shit, bro. You from South Africa. You a Shona dude, bro.
Yeah, he just tried to flex on us real quick. Y'all saw that?
You can't do that shit with me, bro. I'm a team Osiris. You can't do that with me, bro. Come on, now. We used to beat you
That's
up all
fine.
the
My
time in the
dad's
chat.
Somali. My dad's Somali.
Man, your daddy ain't no
I
Somali.
know why Amir looks the way he looks.
Your daddy ain't no damn Somali.
He is. You gonna tell me what my daddy is?
Hold
Nah,
on, yo,
that's
y'all gotta
that's
stop, yo.
real. You
Y'all
can't
gotta
tell the
stop,
nigga.
yo.
Yeah, you can't tell the nigga
He
who his
think
daddy is,
nobody
but
don't. No, he
we
think
can't
nobody
beat
don't
up
know
his
him. He used
information,
to
but
be
we
he used
can't
to
tell
be
the
with
nigga
Team
who his
Osiris.
daddy is or ain't.
Bro, he used to be in Team Osiris, bro. We know this dude. He trying to act like he
You
brand new.
okay, yeah, I didn't know. Let me fall back. I stand corrected. So y'all know each other, okay?
That's crazy. Hey Sabio, what's up? You want to add into the conversation?
Nah, man, it's just a lot of blackology that needs to stop, bro. For real, this blackology needs to stop. We can give certain things to Africa and things like that. And what up, everybody on the panel?
What's going on?
What
But
up? What up? What up?
trying to make the whole world black and all that, nah, we gotta stop. It's getting ridiculous, you know.
For me, the sad
Hey,
thing is that
if I could say
Africa
something
does
real
not
quick
claim
to the
Egypt.
hey,
It's
hey, hey,
brought.
real quick. Hey, real quick, brother. Real quick. To the brother, Gulagichi. He was on here. I think he was on here, probably about a week ago with the brother. I forget the brother name. The brother from Team Osiris. Shit.
Who and goes?
Yeah. And Gozi.
Amir.
Yeah. Mary. Yeah, and he was saying some shit like he had a source, and this shit kind of fucked me up. Ain't gonna lie. So I kind of wanted that source real quick because he said some shit. He was saying that he said he has a source that can show that African hair, like our coily shit, you know what I'm saying, like our nappy shit, don't go back past like 4 or 5 thousand years, some crazy shit like
It
that.
doesn't.
Gullah
And then
probably had the
I
same
heard you.
source.
It doesn't.
He's no. The reason I'm asking because he second that shit. Like, yeah. So I want to know if I can get that source from you because that's interesting, brother.
You
That's
said the source
interesting.
of what you talking about? The light skin gene?
No, the hair.
No,
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 no.
no.
Our
It's a hair. The
yeah,
hair.
our hair shaft.
Oh, the hair
Yeah,
shaft.
You
Yeah,
need to
we got
understand
that.
that those were a different type of modern human being.
brother, relax, bro. Relax, Waza. I'm
Yeah, he
asking
right.
Gullah
He right.
Geechee.
He right. Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to figure like, can you put that source in the back? I really want to see that. That's very interesting because I fuck with evolution and
Talking about Jebel
had a,
Ahud.
Well, the source I got is a PDF. I don't know how to trade share PDFs on here.
you can't share it
Send
to
it
the
to his
back.
chat. Send it to the back. Send it to his back chat.
Or
Okay,
Send it
hey,
if
hey,
you
hey,
in
could if you could
in
post
the
it in the
messenger.
server.
yeah, I'll put my email in the back chat and
Are
you
you,
can
are
just
you talking
email
about
that shit to me real
on the
quick because I
Yeah,
want to read
on the
that
Discord?
because
yeah. If
I've
you
never heard that shit.
hold on, put it in the Discord server
No,
because
you're
I
right.
would love
It's
to
true.
read it. And
It's true.
Q,
No,
yo,
I'm not in the Discord. CK kicked me out like
no,
a
get
year ago.
That's
hold.
not true.
That's not CK right there. She said
That's
she ain't
not
kick
true.
you out.
What
Don't
up, CK? How
spy
you
on me
been, sis?
because I'll go off real quick.
What up,
I thought.
sis? How you been,
Hold on.
CK?
Hold on.
Your
Okay,
See,
name
but
is
I
but
right
thought you
here.
kicked
if you
me
look
out.
at the first wave out of Africa,
Uh-huh.
the
Bro,
oldest
relax. We're gonna beat you
civilization
up in a
in
second.
existence
I'm just trying to
is
get a
in
source,
Australia, the
bro. Like,
Aboriginals. They came out of
bro,
Africa.
relax, bro.
They've got
Listen,
straight hair,
relax,
they're
bro.
black.
It's no beef. I'm just trying to get a source real quick. That's all. Let's take 10 seconds. Let me get this source. I'm gonna put my email in the back because I thought I was blocked from the Discord. But if you put it in the Discord, if I'm still in there, then I can get it, and I appreciate that. Gullah get you. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Y'all go ahead.
Gullah can drop it in the what's the name? Hey, Magi, what's up? Smash, what's the deal? Did you hear the article? Is your mic open?
Yes, sir. Peace, Chef. Peace to everybody on the panel. I'm just chilling, laid up at the house. Yeah, I heard the article again. I'm gonna let it. I'm gonna let the conversation progress, and once we get there, it'll be what it is. Uh, Again, like I was saying this morning, I only agree with. I guess since I agree with 75% of what they said, I was highly disagreeable because it is some things we could talk about. Like, for instance, as you can see in the chat, people were trying to break down the third intermediate period, which existed in the time period when they smashed on three different dynasties. They
Mm-hmm.
basically saying they smashed on three different families from three different sections of Kemet.
Facts.
And so it's not like they waited 50 years and smashed some other people out or whatever. It's
Mm-hmm.
just a few little things we could talk about. But yeah, I'm just glad to be here and waiting to see what's going on. So peace to everybody.
Smash.
Hold on.
That is exactly what I want to talk about because, me, I'm very uninformed when it comes to a lot of this stuff. So I'm trying to figure out, like, and this is my ignorance showing. I thought these dynasties were cyclical.
They was
So,
into intermediate periods. That's what he was just talking about.
okay,
So a
okay.
intermediate period is like a period of unrest where
Yeah, like
one
niggas is going wild.
no
Yeah.
like yeah where one family don't have control over all of the land. So it'd be different people saying that they're kings in different
Yeah.
parts of
Like
Egypt.
a Wild Wild West. It was like a Wild
Exactly.
Wild West.
You know what I mean? And to
Kind of like the interregnum,
the who?
Yeah.
the interregnum that happened in the Ottoman Empire.
Oh shit.
And just like what they
Basically,
call,
like a civil war.
yeah, like what they call, like during the age, like the African history, they call it the age of princes, when you had different fashions and Rosses and Naguses, battling each other for the, what I'm saying, for to be the emperor. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you know what? With that being said, my next question has to be when we
Hold up,
had
brother
these.
Q.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize.
No, not trying to be mean, but before y'all get to talking each other to death with no sources, I wanted to say something real quick and then ask two questions. One for Brother Sheffrin and one for Brother Smash Rockwells.
Mm-hmm.
First, I wanted to say peace to the panel, peace to the chat, and I also wanted to thank good Brother Sheffrin for having this awesome discussion, cool people up here, and for reading us some stuff so we can learn something. Thank you, good Brother Sheffrin. I guess the first question I'll ask to Brother Sheffrin. I'm just now about halfway through the video that Spash Walkwells did about 5 days ago, about 5, 6 days ago. I don't know how I missed it because I am subscribed to you, Spash, but I think I didn't have notifications turned on, so I missed it. So I'm about halfway through it today. So I wanted to ask Sheffrin, did you see that live stream that
I watch all of them.
Smash did?
Which one in particular?
I'm gonna drop it in the chat. It was the one that he did on Black Egypt.
Yeah, I seen it.
Okay. And I was gonna ask, like, what did you think about that? What did you think about like what he was talking about in there and some of the sources that he was bringing?
Like what in particular? Give me something in particular.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm like halfway through. Like it's 6 hours.
Right. So you want me to
So I ain't writing nothing down yet. I was just curious to see like if it was anything that you saw
and
Sis, you got to ask him a particular
that you
question.
liked or that you kind of agreed with them on or anything like that.
I agree that the Nahesi or the Nahesi was the Southerners, right? That people would more than likely call black. So I totally agree with that. I agree that the Southerners, you know, that they call Nubians, occupied southern Egypt, which what nowadays is southern Egypt. But my biggest contention is that Egypt constantly expanded its borders, um, south, east, and west when they had the
But it
power to do
started
so.
somewhere, right?
No,
That
hold on,
culture.
hold on. I'm saying that Egypt, you know, expanded its borders, you know, and its cultural hegemony.
Influence.
You
Yeah,
know,
it was an
yeah,
empire.
exactly. So they went south, they went west towards Libya when they could, and they went into Asia, right? As far as all the way up into Lebanon. So at different time periods, you know what I mean, is a lot of stuff that you could call Egypt if that's what we basing it off of. So that's my take on it.
Copy. And I
Do
had
you
one more
understand
question that
why
I
it's
wanted to
called the
ask.
Nile Valley
Oh,
Civilization?
I
Do
got
you
you.
guys
I got you,
understand
Rosin.
why?
I just had one more question I wanted to ask before y'all get to talking each other to death.
I thought you
For
had a
brother,
question for Smash. Yeah.
yeah. That's what I'm going to next. And y'all be nice to Waza. Don't be cutting him
No,
off to
why is it the
death.
man?
Q.
South Africa
Yeah,
in
come
the
on, Q.
house.
Because we can't understand what
Hey,
the
I'm
pseudo
sorry.
is saying until we
Hey,
hear
I'm
I
what they
know,
sorry.
got to
CK,
say.
but
Let's
thank you.
let's hear them
Hey,
out
I'm
first.
sorry. I'm
Yeah, I know
sorry.
you want
I
to beat him up.
apologize.
I'll be the same way. I have to fall back sometimes. But yeah, I had a question for you too as well, brother Magi, if you don't mind. Um, Smash, like,
Mm.
why don't we hear people talk about um in regards to the Egyptians so far as the dynasties 1 through 10? Because I noticed that anytime the whole Egyptian conversation comes up, I'm gonna be honest myself, I am not familiar with Egypt like that. I got one book on it that goes through all the dynasties and all that, and it's really a book that's for like probably middle school, maybe high school kids, really. And I got a couple books from Theophilo Benga and Dr. Ben, and I think the only one that's closest to it that I read is one from Diops, but I wasn't reading it for the Egyptian stuff. You know what I mean? So when people get to talking about this topic, I fall back because I'm not finna act like I have an authority over something that I do not. So I just wanted to hear from your perspective, sir. Why when we get on this topic, nobody wants to talk about Dynasty 1 through 10. Nobody has any DNA evidence when it comes to the Dynasty 1 through 10.
Oh, that's a very good question, and thanks for the question, CK. So if we think about it, really, if somebody will pull up a Google Dynasty 1 through 10, gonna stop at about 7. We might get into 8, but then that first intermediate period breakout. And correct me if I'm wrong. People can just Google to see when the first intermediate period was. But everything before that they call Old Kingdom. So we got pre-dynastic, which we talk about a lot, and then with the first dynasty, it starts with the Old Kingdom. As far as I'm concerned, in the community, I don't know if I hear we talk about Khufu, we talk about Pepe, the brother that Shepard was just talking about, Harkuf. All of them were from the Old Kingdom, but I don't know if I see. But basically, it's like this: the scholastic teachings on Egyptology are middle. Even with the grammar, it's Middle Kingdom. The focus is mainly primarily on the Middle Kingdom, specifically because we got the most text that we can understand from those time periods.
Exactly.
So when we start going in the Old Kingdom grammar, it starts to be a little bit of a different thing. But
Even when
I
they
don't.
used to start depicting those the heroes in color, um, the alchemy of just colors
You cut him
started in
off,
the Middle Kingdom.
but you cut him off though, Wiser. He was in a flow.
All right, I'm sorry. Go on. Sorry,
Yeah,
Smash.
but I didn't have much more to add. I just, and I had not even noticed. Let me just ask you one thing, CK. You talk about overall, and when they discuss the history of Egypt, or are you talking about in the community like us? We don't talk about the Old Kingdom enough.
Copy. Because, like, I mean, I've watched a few documentaries here and there in the past, but nothing that I really paid like close attention to. It was more like, oh, this is interesting information, but I never really thought of it. And then I come around these circles and I hear people just talking about Egypt, but they only seem to focus on one period, but then speak with such authority. And then when someone else comes in, like you, for example, what I mean, or just someone that actually is a scholar in that field, then the conversation changes a little bit, because it's like you're leaving out certain details, you're leaving out how things started out and the politics and what changed. What I mean? So everyone just thinks that, oh no, it was always like this, and it's like, no, it wasn't always like that. Like, something changed, like things were taking place. We're missing information. What I mean? So if you're skipping like 10 dynasties, yeah, it may, you can make up whatever the heck you want at that point.
You're
So I
right.
just thought that was
Happens
very
in two
strange
dynasties.
that
Never
people are
mind that.
skipping 10
Two
dynasties.
dynasties.
Yeah, 1
One
through
and
10. They
two.
skipping
Two
all
and
that.
two.
Ain't nobody talking about none of that. And I
That's
just
a
feel like
very
I
good
think
point.
I think that people do that. Well, I'm gonna say why I think people do that. I think why people do that is because they're doing no different than what pseudos do. Pseudos cherry pick information, They cherry pick information that agrees with their stance, and then they push hard on it.
100.
You know what I mean? And I just feel like, like if you're trying to be a pseudo killer, and if you're trying to be, just factually correct and bring factual information to the people, bring everything in context. Hey, yeah, it started out black. Then, yeah, the Arabs came through, the Romans came through. We had people back migrating in and out the area. The whole dynamics of the people changed. They weren't just one people. What I mean? Things changed over time, and we got to make sure that we're given the time periods, but we also got to make sure we ain't talking people to death. Show us something, because you never know, you might be able to change people's mind on something that they always thought was the case. What I mean? Because if we don't show no sources, if you're only cherry picking information, you only pushing the one thing that you believe or agree to, what I mean? Shoot, anybody can claim what the Egyptians was. We could start saying it was mother flipping Eskimos. What I mean? Like, that's just how crazy it can really get when you start cherry picking stuff and leaving out certain information and don't want to talk about certain periods because it proves you wrong. It's okay to be wrong.
Like
That
what?
means that now you know a little bit more.
So you're
You know what I
saying
mean?
Dynasty 1 through 10 is the black people that somehow.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, so what are you saying? That's what you're alluding to.
No, I wasn't even alluding to
He
that,
didn't say
yo.
that.
Oh my God. So now I misinterpreted everything that you just said. We gotta
Exactly.
stop. No, CK, that's what you were saying.
I
But
got
Well,
you.
it's okay to say that and imply that. We can work through that. You might
She's
be
What I
just saying.
right.
She's just saying no one talks about one
what
through 10.
what I
yeah,
heard
that's all I was implying, yo. And I'm
what,
saying that
what
if they were black, I could see why people would want to leave that out so that they can only focus on the part that
But
agrees with them. I'm not
but
saying
but,
that they were.
she
I
just
think the Egyptians were
agreed.
mixed, yo.
But
he,
she
he,
just
yeah,
agreed to. But
he
she
said
just
the lines
agreed
are
to your
blended.
implication,
The
though.
lines are blended and overlap. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what you know what I'm saying. Like I heard she said she ain't just saying it's black.
And
She
that
said
irks me that I said all of that and I was clear as fuck, but you only pointed out like one thing that you had a
Yeah,
problem with,
yeah,
yo.
because look how you said it.
yeah.
Look how you said it.
I literally said keep things in context and make sure that you're talking about everything. Don't just talk about just the part that proves you right.
All
Yeah.
right,
Bring it all into context, yo.
but look how you said it. You said it as
She said
if
what she said.
right, as if I'm wrong and I'm leaving something out intentionally. That's the
I didn't
implication.
say that.
Or that I'm
You're
only
taking what I
using
said
that
personal. It
for
wasn't personally
no.
directed at you,
I
Chef.
listen.
It's
Well,
your
I'm
opinion.
going to defend regardless. So
Okay, do you?
yeah, I'm going to defend regardless because I know when the motherfucker getting at me. Like I know when the you feel me.
She wasn't getting at you.
Lit,
She just said what she
I
said.
oh my
legitly
god,
wasn't. And trust
yo,
me, if I was coming for
y'all
you, I'm gonna come for you, my dude.
crazy.
And if I do, I'm gonna have sources on deck. But I said from the
Hold
very
on.
beginning, this is not
Let
my
me ask this
topic, yo.
question. Let me ask this question, CK, because I don't even want to get into the rigmarole, but I want to ask this question. And you said something very poignant because you were saying that, okay, well, let's say it started out black, then what? And then you gave this blank space of about the approximately 10 to 12 dynasty that nobody talks about in the community. So I posit this: if the will was made by a black man, then what happens when someone else who's not a black man creates the Humvee? And I say that to say this because if we're gonna say that, okay, well, the original people and the brother Waza, I apologize, brother, it's Waza. This brother was saying that, okay,
Thank
what
you,
started up?
CU. CU said CK literally said it started off black, then the Romans and the Arabs came in. You said
She
that,
did not
CK.
say that. She
She
literally
did.
did not
Bro, I was trying to
say
get
that.
away from that. I was trying to get away from that. I
She
was trying-
did. Like they know, but go ahead. Q.
yeah, nah, it's cool, it's cool. So I was going with the latter portion of what she was talking about, just try to get away from that. But really though, so mainly to the brother Waza. So let's say that a black man created a will. Then what happens when other people who are non-black create something as a Humvee? Like, do you
Did you say the
steal
black
and
man
hang on?
created the world? Sorry, I
I'm
just want to
sorry.
understand what you're saying. Did you say the
You said
black man
what?
created the world?
No, I never said the black man created the world. You
Oh,
crazy?
sorry, what did you say?
The
My bad.
will.
The wheel.
The will, the
Yeah,
wheel.
right. No, I said
Okay.
I said I get no. It was more of a proposition. I said if the will was made by a black man, then what does that mean if other people who are non-black come and create something such as a Humvee?
It means
Because
non-black people created the Humvee. That's what it
no,
means.
that's but so you truly feel that a person who's non-black created a Humvee because they got
But
a
did you say
portion of
that white people created the Humvee? That's what happened.
Come on, yo, stop. Like, why you making this difficult? We trying to move on. Go.
yo.
So my
I don't know
It's
question
what
a
to
was
say
really
analogy.
after
It's
that.
directed
stupid.
at the
It's a
Magi.
stupid
I really
analogy.
just wanted to hear his point of view as to like why people don't focus on those dynasties.
So that was good. So, like I pointed out, everything before the seventh dynasty is Old Kingdom, and 7, 8, 9, 10 is intermediate periods. And so, like Shepard was pointing out, like we were saying earlier, those is times when don't nobody got control over the whole shit. So really, we only got the Old Kingdom literature from that. I mean, Old Kingdom stuff to deal with, and that'll only give us Dynasty 1 through 6. Now, think about it. We don't got no Dynasty 1 text because we don't got shit to find from there. It's only a few pottery shards still. The text starts in Dynasty 3 with the pyramid text. I think what's the oldest pyramid? I don't know, but it's
Sakar.
Dynasty. I think it's Seneferu or something in Dynasty 3. So now we got Dynasty 3 through 6, where we actually got some material to discuss and talk about. Because if you go look up the first intermediate period, it starts Dynasty 7, where we get that first collapse again. And so, aside from the points that you were making, I just wanted to put that forward as though some of those reasons might be, you know.
So he's saying there's not a lot of
I mean,
information from those
when I spoke
dynasties.
about the alchemy of um, paint, right? I don't know, Smash. Do you know this? That just discovering the color blue was a big thing during that civilization.
Oh yeah, definitely that was. But I'm trying to
Yeah.
see what that got to do with what we saying.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like a lot of the stuff on the walls came a lot later.
All right, all right. Let me go ahead and just get to the bottom of this, man. Smash, you did a great presentation on Metanev's work earlier today, right? Now, this is what I want to ask you. Um, were all the early so-called Egyptian gods Nubian in origin?
And so that's from the work of Netaneb. I hope y'all. I know you seen the chef because it was like 7 people in there, and I
Yeah,
was one of them, and
yeah.
you was one of them too.
I
I'm
messed up
like,
his
damn.
whole. I messed up his whole joint. We're asking him a question, but I watched it. It was dope.
Yeah, and so I want to give him credit for what he brought forward. And what our brother James is pointing towards is that we got attestations that each one of the chief Neteru called themselves Nahesi, or Nehas, and they saying it clearly with the statement of existence, like Anuk. Anuk mean I am, or I exist in this state. This is my state of being. I am Nubian, Anuk Nehes. And so what Netanyahu brought forward in that video, it goes along with a bunch of other things that we said about everything coming from the south, coming from Nubia.
Thank you.
So if all the original gods come from Nubia, why don't they claim that they came from Egypt? Wouldn't you want to claim where you come from?
Well, that is.
They used to fight civil wars to claim that, but they
I mean,
couldn't because
I mean,
so many people were
it's kind
encroaching
of what
from
they
the
doing.
north.
We got a trip.
Abraham don't say he come from somewhere else.
But this ain't like the
Muhammad don't
Bible.
say he come. That wherever
Them
they
people
gods
didn't-
are,
them
that's the
people didn't
origins
exist.
of they.
Abraham exists.
They didn't
No,
exist.
I'm just giving an example of wherever what these other religions say where their originality come from, that's their homeland. So when all of the original gods of of so-called Egypt is not in Egypt, it's in Nubia, that would indicate an origins is what I'm indicating here. Okay, but y'all see, all right, this is my contention with stuff like that, even though I don't have a contention for it. I think we need to just put more respect on Nubia, right? For me, that's all that means. That more the culture, right? The religion, you know what I mean? A lot of those motifs or archetypes in Egyptian culture came from Nubia. There's nothing wrong with saying that.
Thank you
right?
very much.
Right.
And
But listen.
Also, you need to understand that they were pushed back.
Hold
They
on.
were there already.
Waza, bro, you gotta come on, man.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I'm saying that Nubia was autonomous. Like, it was autonomous. So it's Nubia can share cultural similarities and give things to Egypt, right? And Egypt can take things from Nubia.
At its inception.
Either way, fine. Anything that you read, it talks about Nubia and Egypt being contemporaries. The article that I just read said that Nubia down there, that it exhibited one of the first formations of statehood in that region. So it's nothing that I'm saying that what y'all think y'all saying, that I'm saying that Egypt is greater than Nubia. I'm saying that Nubia.
No one's saying that.
Right. I'm saying that Nubia exists autonomously at times without Egypt. And it gave things to Egypt, and then vice versa. But they were two different.
They were there. They existed before that culture.
It doesn't matter. That's not my issue.
Okay.
Listen.
We'll agree on that.
If I'm saying that North African people, right, and I'm saying that Nubia was just as dope as Egypt, right, and we know for a fact
it wasn't.
No, listen. We know for a fact that Nubia in academia and anywhere else is credited with being black people. There's no contention about that. I'm saying that Egypt is contention about, so quote unquote, the race of Egyptians. It's no debate about that with Nubia though. So I'm saying we can fall back with Nubia and be good. Egypt is multicultural. You can give Egypt to exactly. So I'm saying I like to know what black people did on their own, right? With their own genius came up with without other people. I mean, people
gave birth to that civilization. Those Nubians gave birth to that civilization. Those Kushites in the Horn were part of that civilization.
You didn't went all the way down to the Horn.
Those were black people, my friend.
I agree that the Nubians were black. I agree. But what we call black nowadays, even the old Rosner and Breasted and all of them, they called the Nubians black. So I have no problem with that.
You know what I mean? It's the
Look,
Sudan.
at its very peak, the Egyptian civilization became what Brazil is today, what the Dominican Republic is today. That's what it became. So those sort of clades, when it comes to genetics, um, those sort of things are isolative. So when somebody like Chief X talks about they weren't black, what he means is that these people became something that became isolative to that region at the time, and they've got a marker for it in genetics.
What
Yeah,
what
EM 78. Yeah.
but why do the Egyptians have to be black? Like I the
No, they're
it,
not black today, obviously. This is
no.
what I don't understand about the
I
argument. They
like me,
were
like me personally.
originally black.
Let me say something real quick. Like me personally, I don't call none of them motherfuckers black. You know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't no damn black back then. I just look at the coaches and who they was. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
no, no, no. We're talking
Different
about
tribes
today.
and shit. Like
Nobody in Africa calls
even
it
so
black.
called Nubia,
Those
even
people
so
black.
called Nubia was a diverse too. Just I had slightly more, you know what I'm saying, tropical tribes and shit. But it was just as mixed as fucking as Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Egypt just had slightly more Eurasian mix, more so than Karma and other areas in
Yeah,
the south.
GT.
Even though the
That's a
south, the
point of
south, the south
contention
been
because the
mixed
Nuba
too.
people, the
Why you keep
distinctively
interrupting me?
Sudanese people,
You can't
even
do that.
people in Africa are not sure what's going on with that
Dude, crazy, bro.
genetics.
He just text and comment in the chat, talking to himself. And you dude crazy. You be talking over people.
Yeah, Wazzy, you got when some we trying to, get everybody point out. So when somebody talking, just chill and you can
All right,
rebut
my bad.
them
Let's go. Let's
afterwards.
go.
I know you
All good.
I know when you have a point
I understand. I
burning.
understand. I
I
understand.
get it.
He
I
doing it
get
I'm
right
good. I'm
now.
good.
He doing it right now.
Hey, let me say, man, niggas in the chat was tearing my head off about Waza, man. So he came in here with a fan base. So y'all go ahead, man.
Yeah, so my thing that's my
Oh yeah.
thing.
What?
That's my thing about Nubia. I think we do it a disservice when we blanket, that they was Egyptian I think that does more of a disservice because they was able to do things on their own. And there's another thing, Smash, when it talks about the Egyptianization of the Nubian. I seen that y'all had a problem with the article saying that. Um, where I mean everything that I read, right? It says that in certain dynasties, the Nubians was Egyptianized, right? It even talks about how they took on the religion of the Egyptians, right? That's how they was able to dominate the 25th dynasty because of their
What
connection
period?
with
Yeah.
the Theban.
That's the 25th dynasty.
Right, right. But it was saying that the Egyptianization was already taking place before the 25th dynasty.
But do you understand what Egyptianization is? That was their
Obviously, I don't.
culture. And
Obviously,
there were so many encroachments from
An
the north,
example would
from
be us as Black
different
people in
ethnicities.
America. We have been Americanized. We were African, we were brought to America, and we were Americanized.
But the problem with that, if the culture starts with Nubia, how can they be
not all of it.
It's like Wiggers. It's like
reintroduced
Wiggers.
back
White
into their
people
own
taking
culture?
on African American culture,
What do
or
you mean
even
not all of it?
African
If the
people
gods come
taking
from
on
there,
African
the
American
whole
culture.
concept comes from there. This is weird to me.
See,
If the God structure comes from there, comes from Nubia, and then how can they be reintroduced back into their own structure? That's what I want to know.
because when things go, all right, for example, Christianity started where?
In Levant.
In the Levant. Europeans got a hold of it. There's all type forms of Christianity all
But
over the world. Hold
when
on,
did they get a hold
hold
of it?
on.
When?
Oh my God. Listen, so we're talking about a 3,000-year history. Y'all condensing it, right? Just because something starts somewhere don't mean that when the people of the North got it, they didn't put their own flavor to it. You dig what I'm saying?
But they did. They did.
Right.
And
So
this is
they
why
can
the
Okay,
Nubians
examine
and the
that.
Kushites
right.
used
So
to
they
fight.
listen, they can reintroduce it to the people to the South, and it could be completely different now, or it
Yeah,
can
the
have
people in the
it,
South
it
would
can
say,
have
"No,
a
man,
to
listen,
it
we
can
know what's
God.
real.
So,
Don't try and give
Wiser,
me that shit."
Wiser, I'm about to mute you, bro, because I'm trying to make a point.
All right, bro,
You know
I'll
what I
mute myself.
mean? You cool, but let us make our points, right? So, you know what I mean? Christianity started, Islam started in Arabia. By the time it got to West Africa, the West Africans interpreted it their own type of way and made their own thing out of it. You dig what I'm saying? So, when the Arabs seen it again, they end up attacking the West Africans, saying that they wasn't real Muslims because they put their own spin on it, right? Those same people from West Africa, the I think the El Moravides down in Senegal, right, started their own jihad, and they actually went up into Spain with their own form of Islam, and we have records of it. So a religion can start somewhere and be
Yeah, you talking
introduced.
about fragmentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah,
Right.
that's
And
fine.
what I'm saying is, it's said that I don't know if the cult of a moon started in the South. I don't know that. Maybe y'all can show that. But it's saying that the Egyptians, the Thebans, right, were heavily entrenched in the cult of a moon, right? The Thebans is the ones that really pushed into Nubia and dominated it, right? So a rapid Egyptianization happened under that Theban expansion into Nubia. The
All right, so
Nubians,
let me.
go ahead.
I thought you was done. Go
No,
ahead.
no, no.
Finish.
So yeah,
The last thing you was about to say, it was the Nubians. What?
I was saying that when the Nubians was able to gain control, they now was a part of that religion from that Egyptianization, and they was able to make an alliance with the Theban people. And it talks about this. Am I right, Smash? That when the Nubians conquered, they first went to that temple of Amun in Thebes, and they bathed themselves in the pool, and they did all of these rituals to show the Egyptians that they practiced the same religion as them, right? They
They
did all of these.
reconquered. They didn't conquer. They reconquered.
All right, go ahead, Smash.
I think uh it's just a few problematic things in what the way we're looking at it is because if you look at the way we were going over the rock art with Brother Ankh the other day, and if you go through any Egyptian motifs that represent the standard, let's just take one everybody know. Wearing the white crown, and you got one arm in the air, and you're about to smite down on the enemy, which represents power of a ruler. We find that motif first in Nakata areas or in the areas of Nubia, and it lasts from 3000 BC, right? When we
Mm-hmm.
first find it up until the time period of Ramses, and even further to up until like the time of Taharka to like 600 BC. And so how would one propose that if we find Egyptian cultural motifs in Nubia in pre-dynastic times, what is the Egyptianization? Because if it comes down to the religion, we see that people in Nubia did the same shit people in Egypt did. They rock whatever they click or whatever if they want to call it their god or their gnome, they rocked it on a standard for over 3,000 years. They also, and there's also more motifs we can find running that started in Nubia that then, how you gonna call it Egyptianization when they adopt these customs 2,000 years later?
It's not rocket science. I don't believe what these guys don't understand.
What you mean was not rocket science?
Chronology.
No, see that's my issue. Is all right. So just think about it like this: we
And
have
sorry,
we,
Chef, this is exactly what they teach.
uh, oh,
Tertiary,
cool.
level education.
Listen. If you look at the Quasteel incense burner, right? Um, it had symbols that would later go into the hieroglyphics. Am I right, Smash?
Yes, sir. But particularly the symbols dealing with religion.
Mm-hmm.
and cultural, being at the front of a kingly procession with these tribal standards up in the front. That's something that happened all throughout the times, and so it say that they was already entrenched in the religion.
All right,
Yes.
cool. So to say that so those symbols was introduced over all of Egypt, right? Those
Right.
symbols, and we see them all the way up into the last uh
Yep.
things that they wrote, right?
Well, even the Ptolemies, all of these symbols go from pre-dynastic times to the Greeks.
Right.
Yep.
So look at so check the move. And all on all of the temples all the way to the Rosetta Stone, right? Those they was
So these people started building religions from this culture.
I'm trying to make a point though. Wiser. All right, so but the Egyptians, right? They the writing system, was what you call it was perfected under the Egyptians. Even though the early motifs that went into
No. Hold on, Chef.
oh
We
my
ain't gonna do
god.
that. Listen,
Let me
listen, bro.
finish. Let
Okay,
me
hold on. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so the Egyptians perfected the writing system. So it doesn't matter that the I can agree that you see the early forms, right? With those incense burners and the different things that they can show, but that they was pre-literate symbols, right? By the time they start, you don't see the codification of an exact writing system until you get to the Egyptians, right? And then
Pre-literate.
they
Chef, what's
reintroduced
pre-literate?
hold on, they reintroduced the writing to the goddamn Nubians. So I mean, am I wrong, Smash?
I'm saying whether that's right or not, we still got the shapes that they were trying to draw. Like let's just
Facts.
say they were those
They were
shapes
pictographs.
representing
It wasn't
something
a
in
system
there.
yet. It was they were pictographs.
Hold on. Why is it? Go ahead, Smash.
Yeah, we just saying. So let's propose you're right that the Egyptians perfected it so they could draw the letters better, they could draw the shapes better. It still was the same symbols that we find from pre-dynastic times that let us know the religious symbolism was still the same. And so then we don't forget we're talking about Egyptianization. So what will be Egyptianized if we already Baptists? If we already Baptists and I'm in Oakland, then I come to Atlanta and go to a Baptist church or get down with people that's Baptist Christians. What I'm gonna have to change? That's what I'm trying to
So
They
let me
figure.
became
ask all y'all.
standardized.
Right.
Standardized.
So let me ask all y'all this because we had a good point. What's one of the hardest reasons that they have a problem um with Nubia Wolf? Is it because they say that the Nubians didn't write for a long period of their history, right? That they didn't write. But that
The
whole
method of
period,
communication was not standardized.
hold on, but the Egyptians was writing, right? So the
Because it
Egyptians,
became a government. That became an empire, a
uh,
civilization. They had to standardize
Was
something.
a man, bro. You got no damn self control. God damn.
he African, yo. He
Trying
they a
to hold
little.
my.
They,
I'm trying. I'm gonna cut off too. I'm trying to hold myself about letting be respectful. But god damn.
no, y'all can
Geechee
go ahead.
Gullah.
Y'all can go ahead. I didn't talk enough. Go ahead.
What's up, Geechee Gullah?
What's good with it, bro? What's good with it, bro? Like,
Shit.
like, like from my perspective, like when you say Egyptianization, I look at it the same way as you look at like in East Asia when they call Sinization. You know what I'm saying? When the Han Chinese, was taking over other groups, they related. You know what I'm saying? But it's they even though they got they distinct, minute, what I'm saying, cultures. And it, when another ruling group take over, they what I'm saying, they put their rules in play and what I'm saying, and control the bureaucracy type shit. Kind of like the Oyo Kingdom in West Africa. So how they took over other regions and other regions became Oyoized. You know what I'm saying? So
And
they
this is
could.
to add to what you're saying. That's the problem I had, Chef. It was
Mm-hmm.
because when the Cushites took over Egypt, they called it an Egyptianization. Why wouldn't they call that a Cushitization?
Okay,
Again, thank you.
right.
Thank you.
I can agree with that
Simple.
point. I can agree with that point. I can see. You see how that happened. All right, so I can
Hey,
agree.
Chef Ren.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you have something to kind of show us that the Nubians weren't writing when the Egyptians were?
Can I show you on the wall? Like, no, that's stated everywhere. Like, I don't think.
Or basically, I'm just trying to figure out like where you got that from exactly, because I just wasn't aware of that.
Oh yeah, well, you need to go look that up. That's crazy. I mean, everybody know that. That's like, but
But
yeah.
just think about this, Shepard. How could they be
Who knows
right
that?
there? How could they be right there when they developing all this, and they don't get wind of it, of all it? And then you also have to keep it
No,
to
no,
the
not
point.
saying that none of them didn't write. I'm saying as a um, the,
It's
if
that imaginary borderline that
oh
keeps
man,
black Africans from being in Egypt.
the
Somehow,
kingdom of Kush for a long period of their history until they wasn't right. I don't know if that sound crazy to y'all. Like I don't know if that makes us feel like
crazy.
it's something
Chief agreed
inferior
that
or
black Africans were never a part of North Africa whatsoever.
I don't know what you're
How?
saying. Yo,
How?
y'all make everything problematic. Like
No, I'm just asking questions, Shepard. I'm just
Nah, I
asking
don't
the
think it would
question
be so
if
much of
they
a
created
problem,
the
Chef,
writing
if you
system
just kind of showed it to us.
right there
I
on
don't
the
think we've
page,
ever been exposed to that before, yo.
and then just also think about this, Shepard.
So
Right there
wherever
where
you
they
found that
created,
out, you need to show that to us.
yeah, right there where they created this writing system that you're talking about is actually in Nubia at the time that it's being created. When the oldest artifacts are in what is now Egypt, but it once was Nubia.
Thank you.
Keep that in perspective.
so when I bust your head, you gonna have to
The
take
oldest
all that
artifacts
shit back.
they
See,
find
all right,
on writing is
now
going
it's
to be
on.
in Nubia.
Now it's on. Now it's on. Y'all
Okay.
go ahead and talk.
All right, I
Cause
just want
this
to
shit's
add something
simple.
real quick.
Just because there's a
Oh,
genetic
go ahead.
clade that is found in North America after the 5, 6, 7, 10, 15,000 years before those people were black. You want to make this argument that Egyptians were not black?
No, we
I mean,
now we on the writing. We on the writing. Y'all saying
when
that
you
y'all
need to
saying that
understand
the
genetics, you need to
Nubians,
understand that
y'all
even
saying that the
even
listen,
hey,
Wiser,
chef,
y'all telling me that the Nubians were literate at the same time the Egyptians was. Is that
What
what
I'm
y'all
telling
saying?
you, well, hold up. This is what I'm
of
telling you. What
the
I'm telling you
culture
is the
started in
artifacts that
Nubia.
they found, the oldest writing that they found that they're calling Egyptian was in Nubian territory at the time.
You made that up. You made
No,
that
I'm
up.
not. Why?
You made that up.
Never
I'm
mind the
fixing to
writing.
show it to you
The
too. So let me
culture
shut my mic.
itself started there. That's where it started.
Yo, all right, man.
Never mind the writing, but the culture.
The
These guys
Nubians,
were building pyramids for fuck's sake.
the oldest Nubian writings were Egyptian writings, Egyptian
See,
inscriptions.
that's where we get this big confusion about because they was the same people, like speaking the same language, writing the same shit.
Thank you.
When we confuse the Kushites with Nubians, we have another problem. So the same respect that we pay to the borders of Egyptians and Nubians, we should pay to the borders of Nahesi and the people of Kush. And then we could start examining our argument further. Like we don't got no Kushite writings from the time, but Nahesi was within the borders of Egypt. So how can we separate Nubians from writing, just like my brother James said, when all the first writing was in their area?
Bang.
So hold on. So where was the writing first? The first forms of codified writing
Nubia.
system in that area. Where was it at?
They're all found in either Nakata groups or with the A group.
Nubian.
No.
Just go to
I said the codified writing system, not the pre-literate symbols that went into. You
Okay,
know,
well, the only words we find the actual word Taseti on the Siali seal, and it's funny that the first word is the first place. Taseti, that's Nubia. It's funny how this shit happens. So look on the Siali seal or whatever, CAI or CIALI seal, and you're going to see that it's finally codified into languages with Ta, which meant the land, and Seti behind it, which was the bow. And so that's a Nubia.
all right. Let's look this up. Let me see. Nubian writing.
So that's the problem. But since the language is called ancient Egyptian, they're not going to classify that under Nubian writing. You see what I
Yeah,
mean?
so you got to see that your enemy is playing games with the information.
Exactly.
But when you know what's going on, you can see exactly. It's like a puzzle, Shepherd. It's beautiful. And then
And
just think
the
about this.
the funny thing
That
is, like,
land right there
there's
where this stuff is
civilizations in
happening.
Southeast Asia, in South America, all over the place. You're not going to tell me they weren't writing when they were building structures and developing societies and stuff like that. There's no way.
So watch this, Shepherd.
Mhm.
Right there where this happens at, they built a dam and they flooded everything south of there for 400 miles. Now, do you know that all of that was Nubian land?
Mm-hmm.
That's the beginning of that. So what I'm trying to tell you is you got an enemy. This is war on a real scale, but I don't know if y'all playing with this or what, but we at war with these people. And they flooded out 400 miles of Nubian land. You know how much 400 miles is? Why would they do that?
You
They
think they
hide your
you think they
history,
did
bro.
it to
But
hide
anyway,
your history?
hell yeah. Shit,
Wow.
why wouldn't you? You got an ancient enemy and they understand the importance of that. Why wouldn't they do that?
All right. Well, that's
Why
conspiracy
do they call
theory.
it the Nile Valley civilization?
That's conspiracy theory.
Take the
It's not
conspiracy out,
conspiracy.
though.
It's
Take the
not.
conspiracy out, because that's why they did it. That's the conspiracy. Let's just deal with the facts. They did it. They flooded all of the areas that were traditionally black. That's a fact.
All right. So I mean,
400 miles.
all right. So let's see when the Nubians started to write.
Into the heart of the sub-Sahara.
What? You said they did what to the heart of the what?
How far back does the Nile Valley go?
I don't know what a Nile. I don't even understand what you're saying.
There you go. That's my issue.
I mean, because all right, now what it's saying is that the Nubians, right, which is which we would call Nubia, that would be upper and lower Nubia, right? Y'all, do y'all agree with that? So that would be Wawat, and that would be Wawat would be upper Nubia, lower Nubia, or upper Nubia. I get that mixed up. It would be lower Nubia. Wawat,
It would be upper.
yeah,
It would be upper. The
yeah.
south more you go, just reverse it. The
Yeah.
farther down you go is more upper.
All right, so the top would be lower Nubia. So Wawat was lower Nubia, and Kush was upper Nubia.
It wasn't have. I don't think Kush has
East.
anything to do with what we call a Nubia.
Ho-
That's a whole nother thing.
No, hold on. Listen. It says that upper and lower Nubia spoke a Nilo-Saharan language.
Exactly. Upper and lower.
Right. So that would be the
Who are
region
the Nilo people of Africa.
right, but that would be in the region
Sudanese.
of southern
That makes
Egypt. Why is it?
black.
Just let them finish.
That would be the region in southern Egypt, right? And northern Sudan. That's Wawat. That's lower Nubia. And then Kush is the kingdom from the second cataract I think, down to the fourth, right? And that's the kingdom of Cush. But it said both Lower and Upper Egypt, Lower and Upper Nubia spoke a Nilo-Saharan language. It's not saying that they wasn't bilingual also, right? Now I can agree that they
What's bilingualism got to do with it?
that their
In
language.
academia,
What?
the Sudanese and the Horners speak the closest language to what was spoken in Egypt at the time.
Yeah, so that's one of the issues why they're having a hard time deciphering the Meroic script is for that reason. If they actually spoke um a language that was close to the Egyptian in the Egyptian family or whatever that language is, in that family, it would have been easier for them to decipher it. You dig what I'm saying? But it wasn't. They spoke a Nilo-Saharan language in their writing system. See, their writing system is what I'm talking about.
This is what brings into the fold linguistics, right?
Well, Smash do this. He right here on the platform. He can explain it all. Like,
You know, the absentia of vowels when it comes to Tigrinya or the languages that are spoken in the Horn. This is where academics say, because of that this is the closest language spoken in Egypt. The Nilos have a devoid of vowels too in the language. The Sudanese people, when they speak Nuba and stuff like that.
so what I so you're not so did the Nubians speak a Nilo-Saharan language or not?
I think they pulling that from the Meroic script.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably add on to that, Geechee, if you know about that. But I think they're pulling that from a Kushite language, and then they come up with a language called Old Nubian, which is actually an AD language. So I think those languages are classified Nilo-Saharan, and there's nothing wrong with them saying that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not the linguist, though. I just fuck with it a little.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so that shows a further uh difference between the Egyptians to me and the Nubians right there.
Look up Old Nubian. Are you gonna look up Old Nubian like a language or Meroitic? And those are the languages that they're classifying. And I think it might run a little bit deeper into Africa. But first, look up Old Nubian and then Meroitic script. And I think that Meroitic script will be related to a Nilo-Saharan language that the Kushites spoke.
Right. So that's yeah. It says old new. Let me pull it up. Y'all might not gonna be able to see it because I'm running it on my iPad onto the what's the name. So it's only showing up on the what's the name screen. The but I can read it. It's only showing up on the YouTube screen. It says Old Nubian, also called Middle Nubian or Old Noban, is an extinct Nubian language attested in writing from the 8th to the 15th century AD. All right, you was right. It is ancestral to modern day Noban and closely related to Dongolawa and Kinzi. It was used throughout the kingdom of Makori, including the apocacy of Nabatea. The language is preserved in more than 100 pages of documents and inscriptions, both of a religious, homilies, prayers, hagiographs, psalms, and lectionaries, and related to the state and private life, legal documents, letters written using an adaptation of the Coptic alphabet. Let's read the history of it. History. Old Nubian had its source in the languages of the nomads who occupied the Nile between the first and third cataracts of the Nile, and the Makurian nomads who occupied the land between the third and fourth cataracts following the collapse of Meroe sometime in the 4th century. The Makurians were
Now, the Nuba are the blackest people in Africa.
the Makurians were a separate tribe who eventually conquered or inherited the land of the Noba. They established a Byzantine-influenced state called Makura, which administered the Noba lands separately as the apocracy of Nabatea. Nabatea was converted to the Monophysite Christianity by Julian Helicarus and Longinius, and therefore received as bishops. Oh, that's just with the religion. All right, Old Nubian is one of the oldest written. Here we go. Old Nubian is one of the oldest written African languages and appears to have been adopted from the 10th to 11th century and the main language from the civil and religious administration of Makuri. Besides Old Nubian, Koine Greek was widely used, especially in religious contexts, while Coptic mainly predominates in funerary inscriptions. It's not going back that far though, Smash.
All
No, you
right,
need to
this is
stop
what you do.
supporting
If you
Chief
go
X.
back to
That's
the
what you
top,
need to stop doing.
go back to the top real quick and look to the right, and it should show its language group classifications.
Okay, yeah, it's a region along the banks of the Nile in Lower and Upper Nubia, Southern Egypt, and Northern Sudan. All right, from the 8th to the 15th century evolved into Noban language family, Nilo-Saharan, but they got a
See,
question
that's
mark.
what we looking for. When they said that Nubians didn't write till later because they spoke a Nilo-Saharan language, we was looking through this source to identify that they talking about Old Nubian. They're not really going back in it like us. And just like they said in the source, this was basically an AD language. And so I just wanted to get to that Nilo-Saharan part.
All right, so let's look up Meroic script.
Yeah, and they're going to talk about a language spoken by the Kushites, and you could probably just look to the right too and see which language group they say that the language that the Meroic script represented fell under.
All right, hold on. Let me look right here. Nubian writing. All right, let's see. Hey, Kent, what's up, Kent? Your mic on? That's crazy, Kent.
Yeah, man. I'm just in here learning, man. I'm trying to hear what y'all talking about. You on this Egypt shit, man. I just came to say the Dogon didn't know nothing about serious beef. You know, that's just
All right, let me see.
Look at you coming out the gate.
Thank you.
I'm gonna change the whole fucking
for
subject.
reclaiming.
Yes. Oh,
But
Sheffron, before I
yeah.
forget, I was gonna let you know I did have an idea for a future show, but I'm trying to get with Ankh, so I can get it together, and hopefully everybody can jump in on it, and we'll have some sources on deck, possibly even a video as well.
Okay, I'm with it. You gotta let me know what is about. All right, I got the Meroic script.
Yeah, I dropped the article in our
CK got
backpack.
CK got some good shit ahead of us, man. Like,
I got a long list of shit. I just need to go over it with Ankh whenever he makes himself available.
All right, so check it out. The Meroic script consists of two alpha-syllabic scripts developed to write Meroic language at the beginning of the Meroic period, 3rd century BC, of the Kingdom of Kush. The two scripts are Meroic cursive, derived from the Demotic Egyptian, and the Meroic hieroglyphics derived from the Egyptian hieroglyphs. Waza, didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you that the Egyptians influenced the Nubian writing systems? Just read it right
Did I not
there.
tell you that the Kushites were Egyptian?
Oh my God. The
Did I
Kushites
not
was
tell you that?
Egypt. They all the way
Yes,
in
That's
they
what you
were.
ain't.
Kush.
That's what you're not getting. It's like they put
They
a
all the
spell
way
on.
in. They all the way down past the second cataract. What are y'all talking about?
Oh, so you believe in this imaginary line where North
Oh,
Africans that are not
No,
I
the,
can't do
the
this.
Kushites are separated by the Nahasi. That's what we got to remember. It go Egyptians, Nubians, then Kushites. And if we
Yeah,
start to
yeah.
confuse, yeah, when we start to confuse Nubians for Kushites is where we get this problem right here. So Chef right in this instance right here.
Yeah, I didn't know what he said. Cushite.
All right, so it says the two scripts of Meroitic, the cursive, derived from the Demotic Egyptian, and the Meroitic hieroglyphics derived from the Egyptian hieroglyphs, right? That shows Egyptianization in Kush. It happened. It's a real
Oh,
thing.
I agree
There's nothing
100%.
wrong
We
with that.
agree. We
And
agree. We
I
and
agree,
don't
Shepard.
care. It doesn't matter. They were part of the same empire.
oh my, you're not
No, they
lit,
wasn't.
boy.
They
See,
were.
see that Wiser, this is where you gotta kind of listen. Just chill out. And matter of fact, it would be great if you pulled up a map so we could kind of help Wiser get to where we at. Because he kind of see, we all on the same page in a sense, but you got to understand, Wiser, that he's talking about Kush now. He's not talking about what we call the Nehisu, which was also a part of the Egyptian culture.
Understood.
Okay? That's it.
In the
So you
Britannic.
went further down and probably at a later time period. You just shifted the goalpost basically, but go ahead, like y'all do.
Oh man, I don't know what y'all want. I really, I mean, it's no pulling
Listen,
y'all out of
listen. I'm
this.
just saying. I'm
Nah,
just
he
saying.
made a good point because you talk about 3 BC right now. That's
Mhm.
after Taharka and everything that they said got
That's
Egyptianized.
it. That's it.
You just said about the 3rd century BC or 3 BC.
Third century BC.
So okay, at about 300 BC,
Yeah.
that's around the time of the Greeks. So let's say this: that the Kushites took some glyphs and put their own language into it at about
Hmm.
the time that the Greeks took over Egypt. That's established by everything you said. But
Hmm.
what was their motivation for that? Like, I don't know if we just take some glyphs and say fuck it, let's put some other words that they can't figure out into these glyphs. That could be considered an Egyptianization. Whatever. I mean, it's not a big deal. But James was right
But
that
look,
you
look,
did
look.
go to
At the end of the
300
day, you can
BC.
throw these glyphs out as much as you want. Academically, it's understood that
I'm just here to
those
keep you
Kushites
honest, Shepard. That's
speak
all.
the closest language to what was spoken at the time of this civilization.
Um. Okay.
You can't tell me they weren't part of it.
Who? Why? Where's all these? Um. What are you saying? What are you saying? I'm
Hey,
doing this.
hey, hey, chef. That's because he's confusing the Cushitic ethnic groups, like the Cushitic, cultural ethnic groups, with the actual area. That's the problematic part. You got the Cushitic group that's over the sea. You got the Cushitic area. You know what I'm saying, with the what the Egyptians refer to. You know what I'm saying, in the Sudanic, Sudanic area or whatever. You know what I'm saying, that begin with a K. You know what I'm saying, but even that, like the Nubians themselves, like what I'm saying, before they didn't really call themselves Kushites. That's an Egyptian nomenclature. You know what I'm saying? The tribes had different names and different names for themselves and whatnot.
Yeah, they normally name see that's it's problematic because you know they ain't start writing till later. You know what I mean? So a
Yeah,
lot of the stuff is preserved by
No,
the
no, they
Egyptians
didn't
because they were.
it's
standardize
no
writing until later.
and it's no like you said, like it's no problem with it. Like for example, like the Aksumite Empire. You know, so the Aksamites were the ones who had the writing script. You know what I'm saying? And they introduced it to other groups. So they were related to that didn't have it. So like the Romo groups, some of the far. Some of them was using Gez and shit. You know what I'm saying? Even though what I'm saying, they got influenced by another group which they were related to.
Mm. Yeah. So is I totally agree, but the whole thing is if the Nubians were writing, we would have it. We only know of when they knew how to write Egyptian, right? Because the Egyptians had took over Nubia all the way in the 18th
No, they wouldn't
dynasty.
have had it because it
Yeah,
wasn't
So
standardized.
and to add on, all Nubians wasn't just Nilo-Saharan speakers. Some of them was Afro-Asiatic speakers too, like the C groups. You know what
Hey,
I'm saying?
Chefron.
There was mixed, a mix of different,
When you're talking about
populations.
Afro-Asiatics, you're talking about the Kushites.
Yeah, the Kushites, yeah, but the
Hey,
Afro-Asiatic
Chef.
groups, the
When you get a
Red Sea
moment,
groups.
can you drop the link in the Facebook back chat?
um
No rush. Because if I could, I would have.
why you can't? What's the problem?
Oh, only the host can share this.
No, that ain't true. But
That's what it says when I click on it.
all right, I'm sorry. I don't
Yeah,
know.
whenever you get a chance. I
No,
apologize for cutting y'all off.
hey, Unc in the building. Unc, what's up?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
never
heard him just
mind.
lie.
I
I
got
seen
you.
him
Mr.
just
God
lie.
Killer, Mr. God Killer himself.
Yeah, no, I seen him just lie. Yo, why y'all let Chef get away with that,
Dog, don't
yo?
be cussing out
Yo,
no one's
come
mom.
right in
Yeah,
with the
Chef
bullshit.
came.
He
Hey,
Ain't
come
Chef.
nobody.
right in with the bullshit.
Nah, hey, Chef. Nah, go back to that Wikipedia article, bro, where it says how the Nubian language, how the language was the writing, and you added some spice to it.
Huh?
Right up the top. You was reading how they use a script, right? They
Uh-huh.
use the hieroglyphics to write the language. You
Right.
remember that?
Mm-hmm.
You was reading it, but you added an extra word.
What word
You
did I
think
add?
this Egyptianized. So like you don't have to be nothing for to use a script. That doesn't mean you Egyptianized at all. No more because America doesn't have a script. Well, we're not Romans,
Mm-hmm.
right? English does not have its own script.
You
The
know,
Hebrews didn't have their own script. They used the early Hebrew writing is really in Phoenician. That don't mean they was Phoenicianized. I'm saying it's problematic when you keep saying that. Sometimes they was Egyptianized, but sometimes the Egyptians were quote unquote Nubianized. And this is what the new data is talking about. I rest my case and I'm gone. Good night. Everybody, y'all stay peaceful
Good night.
and keep the flow going.
Good night. Um, what I put the CK, did you put that link in the back chat?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so he just came on to call somebody a liar, and to jump
stating a
off
fact.
to muddy the conversation
That's a
more.
fact.
You know what I
Man,
mean?
Big Brother watching, yo. Big
No,
Brother watching, man.
he
He just
can't.
he just peeped in the
Yeah, he came
he just
All
in.
peeped
you had to do is ask him for a source, Chefron. That's all you
He
had to do.
no,
he just peeped in the, let you
listen.
know where you was fucking up at, and
No, ain't
slide out.
nobody fuck up. Ain't nobody fuck up. We done read over and over how they were Egyptianized. Now, if you see them using the script, right, then what that will fit into that context. Like that's but you know what?
What context, Chef?
That they was getting shit from the Egyptians.
Who are the Egyptians?
All right, I don't know who the Egyptians was no more. Like
What time period?
I yo, we just read the time periods. Like, what are y'all are frustrating when it comes to
Hey,
this
but
mess.
hey, what's up? What's up? Shit? Hey, actually, you got through the article, so shit, I learned a lot going through the article. But it's like, okay, if when we look at the relief, right, we can understand like they definitely were starting to differentiate themselves in terms of culture. We can just look at how they dress, right? So at the same, so we can't act like they didn't have certain things that you would be considered Egyptian, and the Nubians had things that they could be, I mean, considered Nubian. So it's like there's no need to blend it, act like when they say this became Egyptian, I like no, like yes, there's a differentiation. Like they definitely understood it. So I don't see why they fight against that whole type of understanding.
Yeah, we can't listen to you though. We definitely can't listen to you, Sosa.
Why we
We
can't listen?
realized that. Yeah, we realized that yesterday. That matter of fact, the whole conversation is full of people who ain't reading what y'all need to be reading. Y'all on some 1967 shit. You
That book
think about
actually
that.
is 1997, and
Right, 25 years ago. 25 years ago
so
to be exact,
chat
bro.
right, and the Christopher Aaron book is 2002. But remember that when you
Okay.
try to bring Ben into a conversation, but it's all good. But I'm glad you
Man, what
brought
was
that
it?
up. I'm glad you brought that up
What was the Journal of
because
Science article in, bro?
the Journal of Science article is the chat, bro.
Sosa. Hey,
The
Sosa. The Chris Aaron
hold
book
on.
is 2022, but it's a second edition though, too. By the way.
From the yeah, but you know when you read the books, right? You know they source Jared Diamond. That's why I particularly got that book because Jared Diamond is a geographer, bro. Like I don't know if you understand what a geographer is.
You talking
It's
about
like a companion.
guns, germs, and steel?
Yeah, it's a companion to evolutionary psychology because it's in the work in the same type of understanding. But when in terms of understanding farming, Everett don't hold a candle to damn Jared Diamond, bro. That's why when you read Dawkins, whenever he talks about that type of stuff, he sources Jared Diamond. Like most of them do, bro.
Yeah, they
So that's
do,
why
but
they're
they add on to some of their
using that
stuff though
book,
too.
huh?
They do, but some sources add on to it, so 'cause like some more
Of course,
stuff
I
been
mean,
found out too. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
of
you're right.
course,
Like
that's what you. Yeah, of course, that's what
he set
you
the
do.
template
But
down. Yeah.
right. So when you talk about a particular book, it's not about the age. You have to show what in the science has changed. And a lot of stuff in that book, the science hasn't changed. Some dates has been extended, right? Because I since reread the book, bro. That's what I'm saying. So it's like trying to use that argument, bro, is crazy. And I know that, and I could tell like you ain't read the book, bro. You may
Yeah, I
have
read the
skimmed through some
book.
shit,
I
but you
read
ain't
the
read it,
book
bro.
15.
It's a big
I
ass
read the book
book.
actually 15 years ago. I read the book.
It's a big ass book. So I'm sure you can't remember
Man,
all
book
that
one,
shit.
that
And
motherfucker. It ain't that book.
Yeah, I got the
it's
book.
a
I
big
go
Yeah.
book, bro.
right when you get it.
And that,
The book
come
wasn't
on,
that big,
man.
nigga.
All
Man, I
right,
read
bro.
the
All
book
right. That's
15
what I'm
years
talking
ago,
about.
nigga.
All I say is
I
I
read the
sense a
book
debate
15
Witness.
years
coming.
ago.
I sense I
And
smell
we
a
were talking
debate.
about a specific. Hold on, yo. We were talking about a specific part of the argument, though, bro. Don't act like we
Farming.
wasn't.
We talk
Okay,
about farming.
so the farmers had to have a language, bro. This is what we are attacking right
That's
now.
I'm
They
not
didn't
making
come
that.
in. Come on, I'm
You're
talking.
making.
You
That's what I'm
talking.
saying.
You
They had to
talking,
have
and
Go
let
a
me
ahead, bro.
talk.
culture, a
Let me talk.
language, a
You got to be
society.
making that argument, yo. Because if you came in with farming, you wasn't sign languaging. So here's the point. Gullah Geechee repeatedly told you where the Afro-Asiatic language came from. People was trying to say that the Afro-Asiatic speakers, the farmers came in. So what speakers was you talking about that came in, Sosa? That's a specific question. What language was the farmers that you was talking about speaking, bro? Let's do it that way since you played all the way around
Nah,
the
that's what I'm
Marbury
saying. We're
Bush.
not. It's not
I'm
based on language.
asking
That's
you a
why.
question now.
No, I'm
Man,
not saying
they
that's
gotta be
not.
talking though.
Do you want to
Stay with
hear?
me.
No, I'm
No, I want
saying
you to
like.
stay with me, yo. Then you can add
Do
your
you want
point
me to?
to it.
Do you want to answer, bro? Or you gonna keep? You gonna keep talking, bro? Did you read?
You
Did you read the rebuttal, bro, that I sent you? In terms of the problematic being when you try to talk. Do you even read that shit, bro? Because I sent you a whole article so you can get an understanding of what I was saying when we had a discussion. But apparently you didn't even read the shit.
so you ain't gonna
Did
answer
you
the
read it?
question though. But I don't
No.
need no, I didn't read it.
The
Did
whole
you answer
point
the
is
question
that
though?
the whole point in the article is that you can't use a linguistic uh, approach
What?
because through linguistics you can't account for borrowing and the transmission of ideas, and that's why I gave the example of the Cherokee situation, bro.
But
Because
you're talking about farming,
when
though.
information
Man,
is
I
passed
asked
around,
you a damn question, yo, and you just won't give me an answer. Why don't you answer the question,
I
then
said that,
explain how? How about
bro.
that?
I said that
What you
the
say?
linguistic approach wouldn't work when in terms of borrowing. This is me answering your question in terms of
That how
borrowing
does
an
that answer my
idea.
question? How's that? So you
What does
saying
that got to do
borrowed
with
words?
farming?
So hold on, bro.
Hold on, bro. Hold
I
on
want
for
you
a
to answer
minute.
the
I'm gonna ask you
question
again, yo. I'm gonna ask you again, Sosa, as you muddy the waters completely bananas. I know what borrowed words is from coming from another language. Okay? I know what borrowing is. So I'm gonna ask you again. These people that came in and brought farming, what language was they speaking? That's the only question I asked you. I didn't ask you all that. I asked you a simple question.
And I said
Just
that
say you don't know.
I am not.
Just say
I
you
am not
don't know.
making. I said that my argument is not
I
about a
never said it
linguistic.
was. I never said it was. I'm
Bro,
asking
do
you
you
a
want me to
question.
ask you that?
You're not
That's what I'm saying.
answering it though.
No, bro. That's not my argument. So why are you
I
asking
never
about a
said
linguistic?
it because I can ask you any question I want to ask you. It's a question. Just say I don't know. Come on, Doug. You gotta stop that background. That shit is fucking annoying, Doug.
Yeah.
You gotta knock that shit off. Like seriously, knock that off. Coming out of nowhere talking. That's the mumble talk in the background. Sosa, just say I don't know, bro.
I don't know.
That'll suffice for me. Thank you. All right.
Right. So, but that's
Appreciate
why.
that. So where you send that to me in my phone though? Where you
Before
send
you
that to me?
finish,
Hold on. I'm not finished. Where you send it? Where'd you send that to me?
I put it
My
in the back
phone?
chat. Yeah, apparently, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You didn't read it because I put it in the back chat and I said get out the back chat. And then when we was having the conversation, you said I read it. Well, I didn't read all of it, but I guess you ain't even. You just goddamn cap.
Nah, man. I wasn't capping, nigga. I don't do no capping. I ain't no rapping. I don't do no
You
capping.
ain't read it. You ain't read it. But the whole point. Do you remember? Do
I
you
want
remember the
that because
example?
that sounded
Hold
interesting
on.
to me though.
Do
Yo,
you
can you
remember
send
the
it to my
example?
phone when you get a chance?
I'm in a whip right. I'm in a whip right now,
I
bro. Give
mean,
me a few minutes.
tomorrow.
I'll be at the crib, and I can do that. Do you remember the example I gave you about the Cherokee, bro?
I
Do you
heard
remember that?
I heard that, but that's not my problem. My problem is
No,
the
no, no, no,
source
no,
you
no.
showed
But
was
no.
ridiculous. To support your argument, do you have a better source to support your argument?
No, forget it. I'm saying, bro. Do you understand why I gave you that Cherokee
Man, you was trying to.
explanation?
I heard, yeah, because you was just saying that, but by them dealing with the Europeans, they had the technology they needed. That's what you was basically saying. Am I
Yeah.
correct?
And so what happens is that he didn't speak the language. He saw
That's
it.
not what I'm. Okay, you
Hold
don't
on. Just listen to
understand.
what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, bro.
As a continental.
So
Man, mumble
by
rap
him,
nigga in the back, stop, yo. You gotta
yeah,
stop that mumble shit.
I can't.
That
I'm
shit is
saying like
horrible, dude.
I'm saying it's like the idea got there. So when you look at so yeah, the letter D is in the Cherokee shit, but it don't mean the same shit it means in the linguistic shit. So because the idea is there and he didn't speak the language, you're not going to find it transmitted linguistically because the ideas reach. So that's what the dude was saying in a certain rebuttal. You gotta the linguistic can't account for that. And that's why I told that Cherokee story so you can understand how ideas get transmitted, but it may not show up in the actual language.
Let
That
me
was
help
my
you out,
point.
yo. Let me help you out. The will. Where's the oldest version spoken talking about a will?
I have no idea, bro. I have no idea.
You can pretty much figure out where the will came from, yo.
Caucasus.
No matter what you say.
I don't know. I don't know where. I don't know. I would go to Deer East.
Indo-European.
languages.
Indo-European language.
language. Right. That's how they
All
do
right.
that, bro. So I'm saying I just needed something better, which you did not show me. That farming, right? That Middle Eastern people, or I don't even know what you said. You said something brought
It comes
farming
out of the Near
to
East.
Egypt.
That's what I
No
said.
matter of fact, you said double. You double down. You said they left out of Egypt. This is what you said. They left out of Africa with some techniques. The techniques got refined in Africa. I mean, in the Middle East, and came back with.
Certain
That's
grains.
what you
Yeah,
said.
yeah. I said
All right,
certain grains came out of Africa. Yeah, and it got yeah. They incorporated, got more refined,
yeah,
and
where
it was
that's at?
the technology brought back in.
What page? What page that at? I like to read that.
Hey, Sosa.
I'm in the I'm in the whip right now. So
Hey, Sosa.
you can go to that and that might be in Gun Jervis Steel too. But that ain't even but that's not even you think that's contrary.
Hey, Sosa.
So you don't agree that but then didn't you say grains like didn't you already agree that grains went out from Africa to the Near East?
I ain't say
Brother,
that. I ain't say none of that.
Brother
Didn't
Sosa.
you last night, bro, say
He
that?
said
Nah,
that, bro.
Did you last night
Greens.
say that?
I ain't say no damn greens. Well, no, all right, come on,
I
yo.
said grains.
I didn't say that. I said it went from Ethiopian hills to the Middle Nile.
Yeah.
Is what I said.
Hey, brother,
So what was
said
what was the?
I said the grain.
Go ahead,
No,
go
let
go
me
ahead,
just.
go. Go
I
ahead, go.
said the grain. I said the Ethiopian grain. It kept the variety. I gave you the law. Wherever you find something, the most variety. I said maybe shit just flew in the
I was
air. Is what
talking.
I said.
No, it was a rebut to the people in the Near East starting to crop wheat first.
Right, and I said, but the wheat they got come from Ethiopia because that strand, that particular
Right.
strand you find is
So
has more variety in Ethiopia. That's all I said. A grain.
right, but Ethiopia is in Africa, right?
Of course it is.
And it went out of Africa into the Near East, right?
I said
Right.
maybe the shit got blown by the
Exactly.
air or something. I ain't
No,
say
you're right.
what.
You're right.
hey,
You're right.
I said it just like that.
All right, that's cool.
That's all I said, yo.
Go ahead and go. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't even know where to start. I think that I'm listening to Brother Ankh and I'm hearing you and you guys are both adding on. I mean, when those people, like you say, the grain, the diversity of grain you find more in Ethiopia, it goes up to the middle Nile. Some of it leaks out. Some of these people go into the Levant. Later they become the Cambrians and the Natufians. Other groups of people develop their own form of agriculture. Those people in Anatolia who used to be Western Asian hunter-gatherers. Some of these people leak back into the Nile Valley. But when they leak back into the Nile Valley, they still have their distant cousins who were the predecessor of agriculture anyway. Even though it became unique in the Levant that could have been distinct from the people in the Nile, but the people that was in the Nile was once there, so all they did is got absorbed in a population that was already there. As far as their language family, we know that the Tufians probably spoke an Afro-Asiatic language, but those Anatolian farmers, we don't know. It could have been a language isolated.
You all understand that?
You can talk mumble rap. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was
Oh
moving
no,
around.
what
Moving
he said
around.
was true.
Yeah,
Oh, he
yeah.
supported.
You disagree with that?
He
With
supported
What
what?
he said?
Yeah, what he said. You ain't say what
No,
you
he
Did
said.
you really
said
hear what he said,
Yeah, did you hear what he said? I heard what he
Oh,
said.
at the end of the
Y'all
day,
niggas
Hey,
never
why?
understand what the nigga say.
Hey, why y'all call
What he said.
Waza the mumble rap though?
No,
Cause he in the
he cut me in
background,
there on a low
being
ass
cutting
the
voice.
it out of nowhere.
fermentation of grains was started in where? Egypt, right?
That's not. I just said that the grain came out of Africa when it went into the Near
It did.
East.
It did.
Goes to just break the same. Just explain the same. Just explain the same process.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I'm saying like Uncle Vietnamese denied it. He was like, I don't know, maybe the shit blew over there. It's like I don't know. We
Crazy.
argue to
It's
come
He
crazy.
to
didn't
Because
deny
understanding of
the
this
anything.
argument to
Nah,
fermentation of
argue.
man, I
grains
said
in
that it
Anatolia,
started
it
independently,
goes
yo.
into
I didn't give credit to Africa for no daggone Middle Eastern farming.
It's not about giving credit to them. It's about the.
I'm
All
saying
right,
I
never
said
mind.
it was
Never mind.
independent, the
Never mind.
same way it was independent in China.
All
I'm
right, like I
saying,
don't
why
even
is it
think you
when
be
it comes to this
listening, bro. Like
conversation,
I don't
I'm
even think you
listening.
be
I do
listening.
listen. Okay, I'm gonna say this again for everybody listening. Why in the fuck can people in Mesoamerica, the Americas, independently figure out farming? Why is it niggas in China can independently figure out farming? Why is it niggas in the fucking Europe independently figure out farming? Well,
They didn't
whenever it's
figure out. They
Africa,
didn't
it's independent.
like certain
independently,
spots.
man.
The tomato,
So
the
why can't
corn,
that
the
happen in
corn
Africa?
plants.
Why is it
Like,
always?
why is
I
that?
can't do the
Independent.
mumble
It's
rap,
about
nigga. It's
Let me
crazy,
ask
cultivation.
you
yo.
this
It's
though,
about the
if it
I
didn't,
can't
development
do
of
it.
what would that
I
mean if
cultivation.
can't.
it
I
did?
cannot do the mental. I can't do the mumble rap shit though.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
we have to have it another time. I'm not. I don't. You know what? I ain't even getting into it like because that's not
Yeah,
why I
When you
we
came.
hold
said
on.
Sosa, you
I
said
ain't. I
what
came
it
Yeah,
on
let's
for the
get off
mean?
damn.
that.
I came on for the Nubian conversation.
Sosa,
Not
you
really
said
come
Yeah,
back.
what?
let's get off that. Yeah, all right.
Sosa, you said
Huh?
what would it mean if it didn't? That's what you said, Sosa.
Yeah. What would it mean if they did?
I mean, it
If it
fits with y'all
wasn't?
crazy ass conversation y'all been at. The niggas speak an
But
African
what
language.
if it
The
did? But what
fucking
if it
shit is
did,
ridiculous.
Sosa?
If
What
it
if it
did, then
did
it
though?
did. If it did, then it did.
Okay, then just leave it alone.
Like, but it's just like, why the Africans can't come
It's
up
a
with it on their
non-issue.
own? Like, who gives a fuck? Like, I don't give a fuck about that shit. Either did or they did. But it's like they doubling down on some Team
You're
Africa
not
type shit.
doubling
It's like
down on
I just
nothing,
want
man.
I
You
just care
turned
about
it
right
into
and
that.
exact.
Do you feel like it did or it didn't?
Into that shit,
those
man.
niggas
Based
in the
on what you
Levant,
came,
those niggas in the late Pleistocene Levant was part North African anyway, though. So it don't even
but
matter.
Sosa,
I
based
think
on what
that
Yeah,
you
I
that's the
think
point.
that
based on what you've read, So
based
did
on
it?
I think the academic standards, it comes out of the Near East and it's introduced.
Okay. So you saying
And
that
he
they
ain't show that
introduced it to the
source though.
Africans?
But he ain't bring that source though. He never
Everything,
Just
did
bring
that.
it. Okay.
everything
So
you pull
He
up,
ain't
pull up
bring
the
that
site,
source, man.
everything that, bro. I don't know if you watch the show. Everything that we pull up says that. Every
Okay.
every
What? You
every
ain't pull up
article.
nothing?
You know what I'm saying? He
Man,
brought
you
out a
didn't pull
book
that up,
written
nigga.
by Christopher Eric in a scientific journal article. But
He
if you
said
go
you
in,
didn't. Hold on. He said you didn't pull up nothing, or you didn't show that. So
I
just go
put
ahead and
up
show
some
that.
genetic
Chef read
conversation.
everything we read said that. Chef read him shit. He's like, nah, y'all using the old shit. Like anything you look up, Ken's gonna say that, bro. Anything you look up is gonna say that. Unless you got Christopher Eric's book or the scientific
Oh, I
journal.
thought you said anything unless you got Christopher Aaron's book. Now it's just Christopher Aaron. Like he don't give a
Christopher
fuck.
Eric,
That
Christopher
shit
Eric,
crazy as fuck.
but Christopher
That's
Eric, bro.
crazy as fuck, yo.
So let me ask you
All
this,
right,
dog.
dog.
You
Get
can't say
money,
the
Christopher
yo.
Eric,
unless now. You can't. It's
hold
either
on,
everything or nothing.
hold on, bro. Christopher Eric
Go
is
ahead.
not the authority on that subject matter, bro. So just because he got a book that states that,
Yo, you
doesn't mean
didn't
that,
present a source with an authority on it, bro. What source did you
nigga,
bring with an
guns,
authority
germs,
on
and
it?
steel. Nigga, guns, germs, and
Man,
steel.
I mean, you just hollered out the shit. What page that say that on, nigga? Don't play me. Come on, yo.
Y'all want to pull
Hold on.
it
Like
up?
I said, I ain't gonna get into it right now. We'll do it tomorrow, bro. I'll tell you what,
All
I'll
right,
get
we'll
the
do it
page and we'll
tomorrow.
do it tomorrow.
Why
We'll
don't you
get
go to
we'll,
ancient Egyptian agriculture article on Wikipedia, my nigga? That might help you out. That
no,
might be a good place
we
to
can use
start.
guns, we'll use
No,
gun,
why
germs,
don't
and
we
steel.
just start with the Wikipedia article? The basic shit.
We read from the wiki
Complex
at
shit seems
first.
to be going over
We read from
somebody's
the
head.
when we read from the wiki you laughed at. All right, you went to the wiki.
I ain't laughing at that. I'm saying
No, but
at
like I
this
said,
point,
I ain't come for that. That's not the conversation
That
I come on for. Like
that
I don't want
I
to
that
get
won't
bought.
read.
I came for the
Okay, well,
whole
I'm gonna go right
Nubian.
into the Wikipedia article.
that guns,
That's
germs,
what
and
I'm gonna
steel
do.
is outdated, bro. That book, that
I
motherfucker on
kept
there.
telling him, he just keep doing
He
it.
calling
There's some things
Whatever,
in
nigga.
bro. Yeah, some things that are his, but that dude in there calling with all West Africans Bantus and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just a little
some things
outdated,
have
bro.
changed. That's what, but I said that already. I said some things have changed. So, but
Yeah.
when you're in 2022, you can read some shit and know like this is before. You know, he still got Clovis culture. That's
Hey,
later on.
I say this. I say this that it'll kill everybody. Or go to the Wikipedia and go to the Natufian. Go to the Natufian order. Y'all ain't going to the right articles. Go to the Natufian article real quick.
Yeah, but like I said, I
Hey,
ain't
pull it
came.
up. Pull it up, Gullah. Pull it up,
Like I
Gullah, and
said, I'm
share it
just
share the
into the
screen, yo.
script. I came for the damn Nubian
I
That way
shit.
you
can't.
can
I
get to the
can't. I
bottom
can't
of it.
share. I can't share my screen.
What was
It
the
ain't
oldest
allowed.
source for each region?
Them Natufians wasn't good farmers though. They still hunter gathered at the same time and hunted gazelles. They starved. I got articles on them starving to death. It's them Anatolian farmers that was dope. You know what I'm saying? But the Natufians, they was in. They wasn't like a settlement farming population. Some of them niggas was starving. They was experimenting with it.
A lot of them didn't need to farm because they had shit growing off trees that they could pull off. Necessity is the mother of all invention. These things were developed outside of Africa for a reason.
Hey, but you know,
What?
everybody on here has a scientific mind. You know, we understand that human beings do their thing regardless. You know, everything didn't develop in Africa. That's just a fact. Some things developed outside of Africa. Some things was introduced to Africa. But Africa also introduced some things to people. So I mean, this is just what humans do. We move around, we breed, we exchange ideas. This is part of evolution. Don't we all agree with evolution?
Yeah, I didn't say that Egypt gave anybody anything
We talking about
at all. I
Africa.
didn't say that.
He was saying
No, no.
Yeah, I didn't
Africa.
Let's
say
talk about
Africa
the
gave. Yeah,
Nile.
I didn't
Let's
say
talk about
Africa
the
gave.
Nile, though. Let's talk
That's
about
that
the
black
Nile.
algae shit. I ain't say none of that.
No. There was cultivation and agriculture on the Nile.
I mean, of course.
And
I
and,
mean,
and,
human beings do that.
and two, I'm gonna say too. You know,
Hold
even
on, let
though
me say this, man.
I'm
Hold
gonna
on,
say
yo.
this one thing real quick. Even though Africa is diverse, you know what I'm saying, part of the major diversity of Africa is the back migration. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
Right.
Man, in the
Right.
Wikipedia article, dog, it say right here. It says Egyptians took advantage of their natural cycle flooding patterns of the Nile because this flooding happened fairly predictable. The Egyptians were able to develop their agricultural practices around it. It say the water levels of the river would rise in August and September, leaving the floodplains of the Delta submerged about 1.5 meters of water at peak of the flooding. It say this yearly flooding of the river is known as inundation. It say as the flood waters receded in October, farmers were left with the well-watered, fertile soil, which the plants was plant their crops. Hold on. It say their soil left behind in flooding is known as silt and was brought from Ethiopian highlands by the Nile. It say planting took place in October. Hold on. Crops, minerals, March flooding, predictability. It say while flooding of the Nile was much more predictable and calm than other rivers such as the Tigris Euphrates, was not always predictable. The flood waters could destroy the canals. All right, so I know they also created canals. That was important. The irrigating systems
Let's
to
just
make
tell
the
you
best
how they
use of
did
their
it.
waters. Hold on, I'm trying to get to it. Irrigating. So they had to develop irrigating. So these niggas developed irrigating techniques. Next, you're gonna tell me nigga brought it from Somalia some motherfucking way and gave it to them. Let me keep going. Hold on. Flood water derived flooding irrigation. Despite this fact of irrigation, critical to their agricultural success, there is no statewide regulation. Oh shit.
Look
Okay, here you
up,
go. However, the
look
earliest and most
up the
famous
fight
reference
between
come on, nigga.
Ethiopia
Dude, I'm in
and
the middle of reading, yo. You gonna
Egypt
kick this nigga
with
off,
regards
man.
to the
Can
Nile.
somebody get this nigga out of here, man? Seriously, I'm not doing this, yo. That shit's the worst. Come on, chef.
This nigga from Europe, man. You gotta respect niggas from
I ain't
Europe.
respecting that silly ass shit, silly, man. I'm in the fucking middle
I
rat.
just read that you read. Look at the
Man, that shit
conflict
is
between
banana. Nigga, you cut me off
Ethiopia
in the middle.
and Egypt.
Hey, yo,
So
come
now
on,
I'm
yo.
backing what
Shit,
you
I'm
say.
doing that on purpose. Yo. You
Man,
gotta,
I know. Hey, chef, why you doing that like that, yo? Come on,
Chef
yo.
might step away, man. You might step away.
What happened?
Oh,
you gotta mute him or something. You
man,
gotta kick that
yo,
nigga
just
out of there, chef.
give me the controls, yo. Give me the controls. Put this nigga in the black hole. He tripping. I'm coming to the best spot. And this nigga start talking about, I don't need you to back me.
He
I'm
muted
reading.
out. He muted out, yo.
Damn. It say, however, the earliest and most famous reference to irrigation in Egyptian archaeology has been found on the mace head, Scorpion King, which has been roughly dated to about 3,100. The mace head depicts the king cutting the ditch, the part of the grind of the basin irrigation. Associates with the high-ranking king with irrigation highlights the importance of irrigation in Egypt. Basin irrigation. Hold up. Utilize. Hold on. Gozi talked about this. Holoculture. Am I saying that right?
Go ahead, get to the best part.
Orchards and gardens were also developed in addition to field planting, floodplains. Horticulture generally took place further from the floodplain than now. The result. Okay, hold on. Crops grown. The Egyptians grew a variety of crops for consumption, including grains, veggies, and fruits. However, their diets revolved around several staples crops, especially cereals and barley. Other major grains grown included what's this? Enoch wheat, and Emmenarch wheat, grown to make bread. Other staples for the majority of the population include beans, lentils, and later chickpeas. Fava beans, root crops such as onions, garlic, radishes were grown. Okay, parsley, lettuce. Fruits were a common motif in Egyptian artwork, suggesting their growth was also a major focus of agricultural efforts in civilization. Agricultural technologies developed. Unlike cereals, fruits
Where you at?
required more.
You in Egyptian?
Yeah, hold on, I'm going to get to it. Hold on. Yep. They say unlike cereals, fruits required more demanding, complex agricultural techniques, including the use of irrigation systems, cloning, propagation, and training. While the fruits cultivated by the Egyptians were likely indigenous, such as the palm dates and sorghum, more fruits were introduced as other cultural influence were introduced. Grapes, watermelons, throughout pre-dynastic Egyptian sites. Hold on. sycamore, figs, palms. Oh man, yeah, just during the kingdom later. Yeah, man, they ain't saying nobody introduced nothing.
What's your point?
That's not because that's not you reading this about the farming. You can read that about anybody that's going to tell you their style of farming. That's what I'm saying. That was just a waste.
It really wasn't. The point I want to make is that their religion is tied to their farming practice. Okay,
So,
and their religious
when I say,
practices come out.
so when I say,
Hold
You're
on.
fucking shit up
you
again.
just read a whole argument, the whole article. Just let me make a damn statement real quick before we get there. When I say that farming comes out of the Near East, is that something I made up?
Yeah.
So no, that's never been said in academia.
Of course it was. Of course it was said.
It's never come out.
So why are you acting like?
I said it was said.
So when Kent says show that, why you act like that's not what they say?
No, that's not what they saying now. And I said that. And I read what they're saying now. And you discounted and said the nigga wasn't an expert in farming.
Not because he's not.
But he used expert sources though.
That's what I'm. Hold on, matter of fact.
Let me in on my. I'm waiting on the source.
Let me in on my.
Yeah, I'm waiting on the source.
Where did they get that from?
No, just send that thing to me. Just send that to me.
Independent.
Let me send the. I want to send the critique. I want to come on my other phone.
I got guns, germs, and steel up on the screen.
Rice are not.
Thank you, bro.
Nah, man. Please give me the control.
Hey, Chef, drop the link in the chat. Let me switch phones so that way it's easy to share and shit.
You want me to drop it in the back chat? Or in the Facebook?
The main chat. In the main chat. Or the Facebook. Drop it in Facebook.
All right.
I'm gonna leave out and come back in.
It's already in the Facebook chat. Just scroll up.
Ain't no farming came out of the Middle East. Thank you.
All right. All right, go ahead, Wiser. Tell them what you saying, man. Go ahead, bro.
No, there's no farming or that came out of the Middle East.
Oh, there's no farming that came out of the Middle East. Okay, that's a good statement.
Absolutely not.
All right.
Any farming in the
So
Middle East,
if we concentrate on the Mesopotamian era, which is what Amir will say, is where farming came out of. That's not true.
Okay. I ain't gonna argue with you. I ain't gonna argue with you. You would know more than I would.
Even older human beings were not trying to plant shit and harvest it. There's no way.
All right. I believe you. Sosa, you back, bro?
Yeah, I'm back. Go ahead.
Oh, I had pulled up your book, Guns, Germs, and Steel. I didn't know what page you wanted.
Oh, damn. I
don't know. He ain't read that shit in years. Me too. Talking about me.
No, actually, bro, like, I have the book, but I also have the audio book, bro. So, like, I always refresh up on my shit. So, yeah.
So what page? Yeah, so what page, man?
It's the audio book. So, it's the audio. So, let me get to my, let me get the file. I gotta get my laptop and I'll pull it up. But, it should be under,
farming.
Look at the contents under farming because, before you get. Yeah, because it's before they start talking about New Guinea and shit like that. So it's in the
chapter 4, farming power.
Yeah. It's early, like it says early in the text. You know what I mean?
The only thing that I see so far is that around 11,000. All right. It says for most of. Let me blow this up. Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah, I ain't looking.
Sosa, can you see the screen?
It's a little too small.
It looks too small.
It just look like a goddamn snapshot, like a thumbnail on my shit.
All right, it says, I don't know if this is the part that you know what I mean? It says, for most of the time since the ancestors of modern humans diverged from the ancestors of the living great apes around 7 million years ago, all humans on Earth fed themselves exclusively by hunting wild animals and gathering wild plants, as the Blackfeet still did in the 19th century. It was only within the last 11,000 years that some peoples turned to what is termed food production. That is, domesticating wild animals and plants and eating the resulting livestock and crops. Today, most people on earth consume food that they produced themselves or that someone else produced for them. At current rates of change within the next decade, the few remaining bands of hunter gatherers will abandon their ways, disintegrate, or die out, thereby ending our millions of years of commitment to the hunter gathering lifestyle. Different peoples,
Sustenance to economy.
okay,
Don't
di-
do it, Waza.
different peoples acquired food production at different times in prehistory. Some, such as Aboriginal Australians, never acquired it at all. Of those who did, some, for example, the ancient Chinese, developed it independently by themselves, while others, including ancient Egyptians, acquired it from neighbors. But as we will see, food production was indirectly a prerequisite for the development of guns, germs, and steel. Hence, geographic variation in whether or when the people of different continents became farmers and herders explains to a large extent their subsequent contrast fast. I mean their subsequent contrasting rates. I'm sorry. Fates, contrasting fates. It's getting late. Before we devote the next 6 chapters to understanding how geographic differences in food production arose, this chapter will trace the main connections through which food production led to all the advantages that enabled Pizarro to capture at the I don't know what that is, Atahualpa, and Fred
Right.
Hirsch's peoples to depose his levies. The first connection is the most direct one: availability of more um, able calories means people. All right, so I think this is the part that Sosa had wanted. I think it a part that goes more deeper into proving that the Egyptians
They said neighbors, nigga. What's neighbors?
right.
No. Who's Pizarro and
Oh, you don't
Atahualpa?
just.
You gonna find it.
Is it
Who's
so?
Pizarro and Atahualpa?
So it says that the Chinese, for example, the Chinese developed it independently by themselves, while others, including,
Independently.
huh?
That's the mumble rap nigga, yo. He tripping.
Waza, we be trying to let you rock, but you just be
Yo,
like,
if he was louder, yo, with your handle, if he just was loud like me, you, and Chef
No,
would
no.
get, but
You
he'd be
can't
like
tell
this.
me that we learned how to do this cultivation shit out of the Middle
you know what I'm
East.
saying? See, he
Hell
take it
no.
at, but look how
Hell
he
no.
take it though. See,
Who's Pizarro and Atahualpa?
he take it as an offense. Like if I'm next to the unk and unk learn how to make the fucking wheel, I'm not gonna have the chance to develop it on my own because unk already did the shit, and I'm gonna see what he got, or I'm gonna hear about what. So it's not about a motherfucker being. It's not about an ignorance or intelligence level, bro. It's like people make it that and then dig down because they think a nigga saying they stupid. It ain't even
Yeah, you
about.
made that. Yeah, I wasn't even making that neither though, yo.
I'm not. I didn't. I ain't say you,
Yeah,
bro.
I swear I wasn't on that. I was just simply stating the facts. I wasn't trying to. I don't matter who did nothing first. Like I always understood farming represents failure, right? And I
Push it forward, Chef.
and then
Push it
when you
forward.
read it, tell you how niggas develop large populations of just, you know what I'm saying, just actually harvesting the shit. But the grinding stones, you don't need to plant the shit for what?
That wouldn't be stable though,
Shit. That shit last. Yeah. Why you say
A,
that, Chef?
or a
You just
large
saying
population,
logic?
no, a large
Not
population
a
of
lot.
people would need a stable food source. You wouldn't just it would be no way to sustain it with just just gathering shit wild for a large group of people. That only works for smaller groups. That's why hunter-gatherer groups are relatively small. By the time people start, growing and you get in the hundreds, now you need a stable food
Oh, bunch of
source.
shit. Yeah.
Sister.
Yeah, you
I,
need.
man, I read the whole shit. I ain't gonna
Hunter
read it no
gatherers
more. They
don't
said it.
understand how to grow shit. Doesn't say that.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I don't feel like reading that part over again, yo.
It's
We can
it
keep reading
It's
that
says
not
part
about.
about, yo.
It's not about knowing how to grow
I
shit. Like, like I said, matter of fact, I can't. I'm not getting to you. What you was. I can't. You got it, bro.
yeah, I ain't doing that shit,
You
nigga.
got
I
it.
haven't.
why is it they try and get at you? So it says that, for example, the ancient Chinese developed it independently by themselves, while others, including ancient Egyptians, acquired it from neighbors. Unc said, "What neighbors?"
What neighbors, nigga?
But crops.
Let me get it.
Crops.
Let's PC real quick. I'm talking about goddamn 532 pages. The book ain't that big. Goddamn audiobook is like 28 hours.
Oh man.
So the book ain't that big.
Man, it ain't that big, yo.
Bro, stop it.
All that shit be that. Come on, I'm an audiobook master, yo. That ain't.
All the
Yeah,
books are like
that
28
ain't
hours.
that big.
I'm an audiobook master. It's hard to find something 26, 28 hours. Only got two like that, and one by Steven Pinker and one by Jared Steele.
Yeah,
Nigga.
I read my books with the audio books. I bought an audio book and the book.
I try to do both too. I try to do, but it depends on the damn book. But it's like it's kind of like rapping. Like, you know what I mean? Once you get used to the audiobook and you retain the shit like a lot more easier. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't like when I'm reading a book, I gotta stop. I gotta sit down. You know what I'm saying? I gotta be well lit place. The audiobook I could pop in when I'm at the grocery store. I could pop when I'm
Hey,
watching.
yo,
You know
you
what I'm
must
saying?
have some illiterate nigga read that motherfucker. Took him 30 hours.
Yeah, you know what I'm telling you.
Nigga must be illiterate 30 hours. Damn, hope my ear ain't from.
At the beginning.
Yeah, I came for the damn Nubia. I came for the Nubia conference. It's gonna slow the flow down.
Yeah, skip. Yeah, we ain't man. I'm fucking with you. Let me see.
But we can put in that and we do that for tomorrow. That way I can get the
No, I'm
I get the
not.
page. I get this page and everything where he specifically talks about who got it independently, right? So he already saying Egypt didn't get it independently. So you already know that's his stand that Egypt didn't do it independently, right?
I
He
just
already
like
said
to
he
know
got it
his
from.
source though. So what is his background? He's sourcing himself in there or what?
He's a geographer, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. That's geography. Okay.
Well, we found out now
Bro,
that
a geographer just make maps, bro.
yeah, and agriculture, we found out
Nah. It does
it
more.
happened.
Geographer does more than make maps, bro.
Agriculture, we finding out now from up to date information and what you have to offer, Sosa, is that it developed in multiple places. And these farmers traded, especially in between Egypt and the Near East. It makes sense. They traded.
I
Yeah,
thought, nigga.
and just let me read. This is what a geographer
That's
is.
what I thought.
A geographer is an expert in the study of the physical features of the earth and its atmosphere and of human activity as it affects and is affected by these things. Yeah. That's what he did. That's his little
Right.
background.
That ain't farming though, nigga.
Yeah,
That is farming, bro.
it's shit that's been updated. You know what I'm saying? Before, like after that book. You know what I'm saying? That book is good, but it's shit that's been added to it. You can't just go by off that book. You gotta look at
No,
the updated
I know
sources.
things have been added to the book, but certain things still stand. You know what I'm saying? That was kind of my point. Like I said,
Yeah, you're right. Cause I got that book. I got that book
So so
myself. I
so
got that
y'all
book
so
myself.
are y'all saying, since we're saying that things has been updated, is that implying that this part about agriculture has been updated? Is that part have
Yeah,
been
but
updated? Yeah.
yeah, Shepton, because they found
Yeah.
out recently in 2018 that they was dealing with farming in the Sahara 10,000 years ago. They didn't know that at first.
But is
They
that
found
where
that out.
Egypt got it from?
That's
Yeah, they
what
get their
some. That's
religion
what.
out the desert.
But even
That's
with
what.
the
That's what.
even with the Sahara though goes, you still got
That's
the flow in the back migration still going on.
yeah. No. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, you're absolutely
Yeah.
correct.
Part of that back
What,
migration, yo.
no, what's going on is the Egyptians, the elements that makes them the component, the predecessors, a lot of them come out of the Sahara. Those same people that was dealing with farming, the same people that was building Tamulis, which gave rise to the pyramid later. These people were Saharites or Paleo-Saharit people. But another layer of those people came from the Levant, who also had ties with Iran and Iraq, the Chalcolithic culture of the Levant. This is what formed these people, and this is why we all going in multiple directions. It's not, they
It's
wasn't
not.
homogenous
Yeah, it's
genetically.
not one thing. It's
No,
both,
yeah.
and they
So you
fighting
got,
it. Stop fighting
mhm.
it, Unc.
Yeah, it's the, I mean, for me, from my research, this is just me. This is Ngozi speaking. It does have a Near Eastern element in it, but it also has an old Paleo-Saharan element in it since pre-dynastic times, before Nama. That's just me, but I won't deny what Unc is offering. That's the African element. Unc on point with the African element, but you guys are on point with the Near Eastern element. And the thing is that it played a role. It all played a role in that now, in that part of the now. If a nigga stay somewhere for 3,000 years, he don't care about issues over where he come from originally. These people knew nothing about Anatolia or none of that, even though you still see some affinities to Anatolia. Like, for example, King Tut's throne. You look at King Tut's throne and you look at something called the Katat Hoyok culture, you see that same throne. It's a fat lady sitting on the throne with a lion head at the base of it. You ever pay attention to that?
Let's pull it up.
How old is that? How old is it?
I type up King Tut throne and then type that up first, and then look at the Katat Hoyok culture of ancient Turkey. Look at the fat lady sitting on the throne, and over there that was 8,000 years old. King Tut only exists 3,400 years ago or 3,500 years ago. That's it.
Oh, that's fire. That's fire right there. All right, I'm about to look up King Tutstone. Let me change my screen. I still got guns and germs and steel up.
Yeah, no, that's all good. I wanted to see the damn something threw me off on the goddamn the damn Nubian shit. I forgot everything on the goddamn everything I wanted to say.
Oh yeah, Unc came in. He went to war with you.
But yeah, I'll get back to it though. Yeah, but we can definitely get back into the farmer shit. And then my whole point is like, you know the shit that I'm saying ain't some batshit crazy shit, right? And then when Kid them say something, and you're supposed to be like, hey, bro, hold on, like he said, like he ain't just making some shit out of here, right? Because they thinking like,
Ken said that. Ken ain't say that.
No, but they thinking that that's what it is, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because like when y'all I miss the shit, but because y'all be so busy in the goddamn back chat. When I see some shit, it'd be like 50 goddamn texts later. You know what I'm saying? But I think Vance thought I was making it up, talking about the spread of agriculture, because it does pop up independently in certain places. It's spread to other places. Some places do it independently, some places it's spread. Like, that's not even debatable. I think you would even agree with that, right?
What? Did what?
That farming do pop up independently in some places and spread to
But
others.
that is my point. That is my point.
No. But if somebody says that that's crazy that you think that agriculture spread like bananas, what would your response be? You would say, no, some cases it do spread. Some places independent. Right?
Yeah, I was specifically talking about the religion with farming comes out of the Green Sahara. Now, I'm not saying that people brought in from come with different techniques and added on to the game, but I'm saying if them niggas never came here, they still would have had it. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe they might have. I don't know.
That's my point.
Hey,
I can show you, but I can tell you.
Shepard, did you get King Tut throne? And then I'm gonna tell you what lady to look up, yo, if you want to see something that's going on.
Yeah, it's on the screen. You can't see it.
Okay. You see the throne. Now I don't want you to type this up. Check out this lady. It's spelled CATAL Hoyuk, the Catalhoyuk culture, and it's called a seated woman of
Hold
the
on.
Catalhoyuk culture. I spell it
CATAL.
AL Hoyuk, and go to images. It's older in Anatolia.
Okay.
You'll see a fat lady sitting on a throne with the same thing at the base of the rim, the lioness.
Oh, they just took me straight to the damn Wikipedia.
Or you could or you could type up
Oh,
Catalhoyuk
I
art.
seated goddess. Is it the seated?
Yes, you see it. You see the
Oh,
base.
yup. The fat lady with it and got the lions on the throne on the chair.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah.
Let me see.
What age is that lady from? What age is it?
I mean, according to that lady's is 6,000 BC or 6,000 BC, if I'm not mistaken. And King Tut exists way later.
Yeah, dang. Yeah.
All right,
I mean, Egypt is a transcontinental country. That whole North Africa, they had unrested genes. I mean, I never denounced the African element that was there. I mean, you even go to Afad 23, you start to see these people in the northern parts of Sudan to start to build housing structures. Or you look at the Tamulis of the Sahara. But we can't denounce the layers that represent the back migration from mtDNA U6 to mtDNA M1. People have been going backwards and forth from that area for a long time, mingling with the population that was there. Not to mention the Homo sapiens that dispersed out of Africa, who the basal Eurasians split from, were the North Africans, who were already distinct from populations south. So this is why they don't know right now if Homo sapiens left out of near Ethiopia, near the Red Sea, or did they disperse through Upper Egypt near Sudan? Because those same people that was responsible for the Nubian complexes in Arabia and Oman were the same people that split from those basal Eurasians that split from the early Assyrian culture in North Africa. So they were already distinct from populations that some of our ancestors come from, even though any man on here with haplogroup E represents an old layer of that basal North African component that went south and inserted itself with those populations that were hunter-gatherers that were south of the Sahara. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Unc, you see the throne, Unc?
Saying that 10 years ago, nigga.
Why you ain't not tell me about it?
You gotta go back to the old blog talk show, yo. Jabal Tepe, yo. We talk about Jabal Tepe and them figures where you got the jet black niggas. They definitely out of space. They ain't even supposed to be jet black. You got brown niggas. I showed you that one time. Remember?
This
Think
ain't
about it.
no.
With the leopard skin.
This
Remember I
ain't.
showed you that on the walls?
I don't think this. What you just said, Doug.
Yeah, they got the pictures over them.
You just.
I showed you Jabal Tepe.
This ain't Jabal Tepe.
It's related.
Yo, that's in Turkey, nigga.
It's related to it. It's all a continuity of it. You got Göbekli Tepe. You have the pre-Neolithic A, B, and C culture that leaked over there, and then you have the Catalhoyuk culture. But this Near East, man, it's a special place, yo, for real. When you really follow like Turkey, Iran, and Iraq, it's dope.
I remember showing you the pictures. I put them in a group, yo, one time. I say, look, yo.
No, you ain't showing me
and they
that
got
throne.
The figure. They got the big figure like Nam and them niggas. You know how Nam got the big niggas and the little niggas? You know how they always do that?
You know you ain't showing
like
me
Nam
this throne.
Is the biggest person in the palace. I did show you that. Yeah, man, you being funny.
He deliberately.
Hide his hand, he said.
Man, I ain't hide my hand. We been doing this shit for so long, yo. We didn't forgot shit we done did. Man, shit. It's named on the show though.
So
I got the archaeological magazines with beautiful pictures of it.
So the thing is, if we see things like this, right, then you got to know that they were sharing other things, especially technology. If people go somewhere, they gonna take how they produce food with them, cause niggas want to eat, yo. Like that's just common sense.
The stories
point is they was already eating,
gonna travel.
Yeah, they definitely already going, but you know what I mean? Like,
You know what I'm saying? Like niggas is like, yo, these niggas is doing some shit in the ground with this little shit right here. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I mean? The word is gonna be passed around like what niggas is doing. Niggas be okay, what? Okay, speak
faster
on
than
that.
people, faster than people.
Yeah.
Like he said, ideas travel faster than people. You know what I mean? On trade routes, like people are going to take that stuff, woof them back and forth. Like, I mean, it makes sense to me. I don't.
Ideas travel through people, not faster.
Ain't lying. It's gotta go through a person though.
Y'all
He
crazy.
mean like people migrating, like whole groups of migrating people.
You don't need a whole.
It's,
They don't need
no,
a
I'm
whole
saying you
group.
saying that. No, you saying that people trading instead of whole groups moving with the idea to bring it to another whole group,
Right,
like single
right,
traders coming through.
right. Same argument that Sarby talking about. Smaller population can go into an area and influence a big population. Just the idea of some shit. I'm saying you don't need a goddamn whole upshifter individuals. You know how to deroot the whole population.
That's a fact. I don't know. I thought it was a good show. Um, it's 12:30. Everybody get their last words.
Yeah. Damn, like I said, we can come back to this. I want to get to the Nubia shit. I thought it was interesting when you brought up the because like when I was listening, it was like they was on Nubia Net consistently, and then it's like the Hyksos gave them a little opening to take their shit back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they was like, you know what I'm saying? These niggas weak. Like then they got their shit back, and then as soon as Egypt got their shit back,
The Hyksos
they
did
came
what?
back and crushed them niggas.
Mhm.
The Hyksos did what?
Egypt put the smash down on them.
Yeah, the Hyksos area and shit had Egypt in a flux. You know, the Hyksos controlling that region right there. That at that same time that shit's going on, that's when Nubia was able to take their shit back. I thought that shit was kind of. I thought
Yeah,
shit was
no,
kind of interesting.
that's real. That's real. The Hyksos fucked that shit up.
Yeah. But yeah. But we'll get back on that. Like I said, I don't mind a farming conversation or anything around this shit because like it's different. I know people don't really talk about it. But and I'm gonna pull out in this book where he explicitly says the direction how it got there, shit. Because he breaks it down, and goes in a little more detail and shit.
That's a fact.
Them Hyksos folks brought in that whole Mesopotamian culture that they were developing over north.
Yo, say anything. I don't know what the hell
That's
is.
when a
That
lot
nigga
of
say
that
over
shit
north.
kicked off.
Yeah, we drinking, boy. Come on, I figured it out.
Y'all crazy.
He's sipping on the Thunderbird, yo. Sipping the tea, yo. You put bourbon in your tea or what, yo?
He killing that shit. But yeah, dope show. The Nubian situation is definitely something that I'm more interested in. So you know, I talk about. I think we do it a disservice, like I said, by always interjecting Egypt onto it when it can stand by itself. If you go into any museum, they have an Egyptian um, exhibit and they have the Nubian exhibit. They were two different kingdoms.
When that Hyksos shit came in, because they had their own they had their own system. They had
Get
their
that
own
nigga
culture
wild.
and all that sort of stuff.
Boy,
That's
baby,
what
glad I ain't got
sparked
the
a
button,
lot of the
boy.
Kushite and Nubian shit in
All
that
right.
empire.
Yeah, so
Because when these guys started coming in,
Well, I
it
just love
was
this conversation though. He really love this shit. He love it.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's the truth.
yeah, I feel you, but it's definitely it definitely, like I said, it stand by itself. And is a whole discipline unto itself. I feel like this community blends Nubia with Egypt because they know. Listen, and this is my statement. They blend it because they know that ain't nobody questioning whether the Nubians was black.
That's why
Everybody,
that don't make no sense,
everybody
Chef.
already,
That's why it don't make
everybody
no sense,
already
Chef.
said. They already said
Chef,
Nubians was black.
but
No question about it.
Chef, that's the whole problem, though, yo.
Exactly.
If you come
I'm
out
a
your
continental
face,
African. I
come on,
know
man,
the
with that shit,
Nubians were black.
mumble rapper. Stop, Chef.
Yes,
If
sir.
you sit here on this show, first of all, right, I'm not arguing race no more. But I'm gonna tell you something, yo. If you sit here and admit, right, to the listening audience that the Nubians is niggas, now you got a problem. If the Nubians is niggas, then them motherfucking Egyptians is niggas. Them niggas is in the hood together.
What do the
All the
consensus say?
time.
What
And
do the
it's game
consensus?
Right.
over
So
right
do
there.
No,
you?
It's game
the
over.
consensus says, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we'll do this. What I want to do tomorrow, because it's right in front of everybody's face, right? Since everybody want to play the Wikipedia scholar, my Wikipedia kung fu is better than yours.
So is there something wrong with Wikipedia?
No, it's not. It's not complete all the time.
It don't matter.
Can't be.
Yo, Smash do whole presentations using Google
That's
and
not the point.
Wikipedia.
Chef.
Nah, man, that's on some
Wikipedia.
light shit though.
You read
It
what
don't,
you see on the
but don't
site.
nobody
No,
disagree
man,
with
I'm gonna
them.
say, listen, what I'm
It
saying.
only gets leveled one way.
It's not what I'm talking
When
about.
it don't agree with y'all,
No,
then
it's
is
not it.
Wikipedia scholarship. Either Wikipedia is
Man,
right
Wikipedia
or is
scholarship is
wrong.
slow.
Is
No, it's slow.
is it wrong?
Like the Wikipedia scholarship will say that the rock art only had 5 base colors, and you go to the actual shit, and they tell you they had 138. So a person using that to be wrong. Smash tell you all the time they got his birthday wrong on the motherfucker. He know how old he is. They fucked him wrong.
Listen.
They got the name. Hold on, bro. If Smash Rockwell got his own birth certificate and know when the fuck he was born, and on Wikipedia it got the wrong date, this shit can be wrong.
All right.
I'd rather we go to the scholars. So I'm not standing Wikipedia, right? But to make y'all niggas feel good, since that's all y'all got, I'm gonna beat y'all niggas up with Wikipedia tomorrow.
How?
And
What are
all
you
gotta do
gonna
is read these
bring?
arguments.
So what
Beat
are
him up
you?
with what?
Right.
With what?
Beat them up on what you say the Egyptians
If
did.
they
You can't keep saying.
if they
Listen,
say
Chef,
that the
you
Egyptians
cannot keep saying.
are
Listen,
neither black
you
nor
cannot
white.
keep saying. Listen, but we've been saying that from day one.
All right.
And the
So
nigga
what?
told
So
me,
so so
hold
when
on,
when
bro.
smashing
Hold
them
on,
double
bro.
down and say
Hold
that
on,
they're
bro.
black, why is you fussing with us?
Hold
I
on,
know,
bro.
like a crazy
Hold
man.
on, bro. Hold on, bro. Y'all very deceptive. Y'all lying to the people right now. I ain't never
I'm about to end
appreciate
the
that.
show. I'm about to end
I
the
hear
show.
y'all keep hold
This
on.
nuts.
Y'all continually keep saying that the scholarship says that the Egyptians are neither black nor white.
And the scholarship does
That's not what it
say
says.
that.
That's not what it says, and y'all know that's not what it says.
It
And
does.
Chief X keeps saying
It does
keeps
not.
saying
It
What does it
does.
say?
It does not.
It does.
What does it
It
say?
does
doesn't.
not.
Does it say they're black?
Finish it all. You
Does it say they're
can't
black?
say half.
Princesses of
You
that
cannot say
civilization are
half.
black.
What the fuck, man? This nigga here, dog. This is terrible. Yo. This is terrible, yo. Like I can't do it. Like I'm about to cuss somebody out. I don't want to do it.
They say that they're black, huh?
Man, it's not the whole statement. You know, and I know in these conversations, you can't take a scholar and take half of his statement in the middle of the motherfucking sentence. You can't do it. You can't do it. You got to say the whole statement. When they say this is consensus, you got to give the whole consensus.
So what was it in reference to? It was in reference. It was in reference
No, they give you
to.
the whole. All right, yo, I'm gonna do it. I'll read it, yo.
Yeah, so we gotta
I've
do
been
a show
reading for the
like
last 6 months.
try to do something on like
Read this shit for the
One
last
thing
6
you all
months,
need to
yo.
understand is
Sunday
that
or something. I got
PhD students or
kind of
doctors or scholars and stuff like that argue certain points. So they'll
Right.
take a period of history and argue
Nigga
their
here
PhD
messes off,
thesis
yo.
on it. On it. That's what they'll do.
Can't do that shit, man. Nigga smoking crack.
Yeah,
Right
you know
here.
they
I'm gonna read
you
the
know
whole
they said the
statement though.
movie was 400
Niggas
miles from
told me,
behind a tree.
a nigga told me don't read from the Cairo Symposium. Y'all remember that, right? Live on our show. You remember that, right? Remember that?
I don't remember.
Come on, yo. Nigga came right on here and said, yo, that shit old. You reading from the Cairo Symposium. Why would you cut me off and everything? It was 1974, why is you reading that? Telling people how old that is. Y'all remember that, right?
Who said
Man,
that?
somebody find that part. Man, come on, man.
No, I'm
You know
asking.
who said that. You know who said
Chief
that.
X said
If I say you
Chief
know
X.
who's saying that, you know who said that.
All right, bro. Oh, you got me.
He
Go
argued
ahead.
me down on that shit, yo. I was like, what? That's old. Been saying it from the beginning of the argument. Here you go right here. Let's go to the position of minor scholarship. Watch this. Hold on. Let me move down right here. Say most participants.
Ain't nobody trying to hear all
Say
this
most.
nonsense, man.
Yeah.
Yo,
Yeah. Most participants concluded the ancient Egyptian population was indigenous to the Nile Valley. It was made up of people from north to south of the Sahara who had a range of skin colors. Hold on. All
But
right.
what do you not understand from that? It's simple.
Hold on.
all right, the race controversy is on the screen.
Man, hold on. Let me get it. Hold on. Let me get it.
Mainstream scholars reject the notion that Egypt was a white or black civilization. They maintain that despite the phenotypic diversity of ancient and present day Egyptians, applying modern notions of black or white races to ancient Egypt is anachronistic.
Anachronistic.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
In
What
addition,
isolative period are they talking about?
Mm-hmm.
In addition, scholars reject the notion implicit in the notion of a black or white Egypt hypothesis. The ancient Egypt was racially homogeneous. Instead, skin color varied between the peoples of Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt, and Nubia, who in various eras rose to power in ancient Egypt. Within Egyptian history, despite multiple foreign invasions, the demographics
Thank
were
you.
not shifted substantially by large migrations. So, three things just got killed in that article. Within that one paragraph,
That they weren't shifted.
yeah, exactly, which constantly keep being stated in this community that the black people was pushed out. Modern scholarship rejects that. There was no large migration shifts. It,
What?
it,
In Egypt.
and it, so you didn't hear what I just read, bro?
Where'd you get that from?
This is Wikipedia. Your man said, where did I get it from?
Where did you get that from? How dare they?
You got it from
How
Wicked.
dare you read that down?
So, if we are disagreeing with this,
Are you going to tell me that
I'm not agreeing with that. I've been reading that from day one of the
Egyptians today are
conversation.
not Arab? Are you
No, they're
seriously
not
going to say
Arabs. Egyptians aren't Arabs, yo. Dude, Thunder keeps saying that shit. That's a Thunder argument.
I'm telling you that they are.
No, man, they're not Arabs, yo.
They recognize themselves as Arabs.
Okay, they might do that, but because they speak the language, because they lost it. They don't practice the culture.
I,
all right,
I'm
so
telling you that Egyptians today understand that they are Arabs. They don't recognize themselves as Arabs because that's a given. They know they are Arabs.
boy, you got deal with that. I don't understand.
Mm, 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 I don't know. I don't get it either.
It's about dynamics. Look, at the end of the day, if you look at Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, those are not the GCC does not recognize them as Arabs because they're such a mixture of West Africans, Spanish,
Yeah, UNESCO. Hold on, UNESCO
all
right
these
here.
other people.
Symposium: The People of Egypt and the Cipher read a script. Caroline saying four the participants explicitly voiced support. None of the participants explicitly voiced support for any theory where Egyptians were Caucasian with dark pigmentation. The current position of modern scholarship is that the Egyptian civilization was an indigenous Nile Valley development. That's what I keep saying. Neither black nor white, indigenous Africans.
The
And we
UN
always
will
leave
never
that
say
indigenous
they're
African out.
black
We
and
just say
white.
they neither black nor white. But you got to finish it. Indigenous Africans.
But that's
That's important to say that.
but that
What's an
it
indigenous
Important.
is
African?
okay.
Important.
Let's do that. Let's go
It
there.
It's
can
Let's
is
go there.
important, Chef.
it's
You might
important.
have
What's
to
an
agree,
No,
brother.
indigenous
come
African?
on. Why, yo? This man crazy,
That's why
yo.
I told you to give me that time. I told
I
you.
know, but
Let's go there.
yeah, you kicking the truth, Wiser, but your mic just be a little bit too low, and
It be
we could
low. It's
just hear
perfect, yo.
you when we making
It's
a point.
perfect.
We just hear you like in the background, just
And I tell you,
Sorry, I just
that's why I
adjusted the
call him
microphone.
Mumble.
Sorry about that.
I call him Mumble, yo. Mumble Wiser, yo. It's funny, though. I gotta give it to you, yo. But ain't it incredible how we talking loud, scream over each other, but a nigga come in quiet, yo, and say, what the fuck is that?
Is that better though? Chef, can you hear me better?
Yeah, I can hear you
Nah,
better
man,
now, bro.
Yeah. Sorry
we
about
can
that.
hear
Hey
you,
Chef,
yo. Crazy, yo.
what you was gonna land, Chef? What you was hitting the point, Kane. What you was gonna say, Chef?
Let me
I
get
thought
let,
that was important, yo.
yeah,
It was indigenous.
yeah, that even indigenous, and but see, my thing with when Unc is making the point that they were African, right?
No, not just African, but
No,
indigenous.
indigenous. Okay, fine.
That's
But
important,
see,
yo. And
Africa is a continent, right?
that's
So
fine. That's
right,
fine.
so the problem with that is um
What?
the problem with that is when we look at it right as being indigenous, uh
Well, how can you look at indigenous
no,
though, yo?
You
yo,
want to
you
talk
won't
about
even let
these
me
North
finish.
African haplogroups that are not black. Is that what you want to say?
No, go ahead,
No,
Chef.
no, let Chef to go, yo.
Yeah. But why is it know where I'm getting at? Why is it you on
All
point?
right,
You know what I'm
all right,
saying?
go ahead, because
So
I'm gonna read what modern scholarship say. Go ahead, though. Go
yeah,
ahead.
it's just like
Mm-hmm.
if we say, India was a Asian um civilization,
It is.
right? But it doesn't that statement really doesn't
They came out of
mean
Africa.
what? No, no, that statement really doesn't mean anything to
What
people
it don't?
of hold on.
Exactly. It doesn't mean anything.
The statement to say that it's a African civilization, right? It doesn't mean
Mm-hmm.
anything to
Okay.
black people, right? Or people who
Mm-hmm.
define themselves as black, right? Looking
Okay.
for
Mm-hmm.
history of their people, right? Because
Besides the
Mm-hmm.
fact that
Africa,
Okay.
Africa is a black continent,
see,
and this is
shit
where
like
it came
that.
out of.
See,
It's
Africa,
not. It's not Wazzle. We don't
exactly.
do that. It's not.
Amir, are you saying that North Africa is the way it is
I'm telling
because
you
of
that
what?
North Africa has been a human transit for people going backwards and forth for over 30,000
Thank you.
years.
I agree with that. You don't even
Listen,
have to say anything more. I
listen,
agree
bro.
with that.
Listen, the Egyptians depicted Libyans on a
Oh
wall
man.
5,000 years ago, being fair skinned.
Shut
So
up.
we can't act like fair skin did not exist in Africa. Now I'm not saying it started there because we know
What
Anatolian
fast
farmers
can
brought
do
it there.
start? It
It
just
could
didn't
have.
Everything
happen.
started
It
there.
could have.
Yeah, the gene. Yeah, yo, they got. Come on, yo. We read
The OCA2 mutation for light skin developed. It
in
started then.
Africa.
in Africa. But SLC 245 variant arose in the Middle East and it expressed itself 11,000 years ago with a black
Exactly.
people before coming back in.
And you know we got the article to say that it actually the people in I think Ethiopia actually carried that gene in Africa first, and it might express itself when it needed to express itself outside of Africa. But they actually carry those genes.
What the article said, I'm aware of. That article, it says that it's by Tishkar. And what she said is that a light-skinned variant did develop in Africa. That's OCA2. But she said that those Ethiopians who had the gene, remember, she said that the reason why they're not pale is because they have other genes that's active. So the gene can't
and activated. Right, it can't express. I agree with that.
And she said it, but she also said in the same article that it back migrated from people in the Middle East because she said the variant arose 30,000 years ago. We can go.
So let's do this back. All right, let's do this real quick.
Don't pull it up.
No. Hold on, I'm done. I was going to read something. Stop.
Hold on, I know you was, but let me ask you this.
No, I don't need you to ask me a question. I want to read this. Then you ask me a question. So let's see. The current position in modern scholarship is that the Egyptian civilization was an indigenous Nile Valley development. They say at UNESCO Symposium 1974, most participants concluded that the ancient Egyptian population was indigenous to the Nile and was made up of people from north and south of the Sahara who were differentiated by their color. Right, that's what the scholars don't say, though.
No, that's the plate. No.
That was old shit.
Specific haplogroup.
That was 1972.
You did the same thing that fool did, bro. But that's the one that said they was neither black nor white. So it wasn't old when you
No, that part still stands.
When you say they weren't black nor white, that's
not true.
That's exactly what the
what are you talking
the distinguishment is.
Dude, hold on, wait. Hey, I want to talk to Ngozi, where you at?
I'm right here, bro.
Can you tell these niggas that it wasn't 100,000 motherfuckers leaving out of Africa and 100,000 motherfuckers came back in? Can you tell them there was an indigenous population that didn't fucking leave, that was right there?
Yeah,
when that back migration came in, they mixed with them. Can you explain it to these niggas? Yeah, but that's not the like it was 100,000 niggas to left.
Who talking about somebody leaving? Yo, you are crazy, yo. What are you talking about, yo? And Ngozi do not fall for the bait, yo. He just changed the argument.
Yeah, he changed the whole.
He just changed it.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Ngozi.
Yes, sir.
These niggas been talking the back migration shit. And
we ain't even talking about back migration.
Hold on, I'm talking to you right now, Ngozi. And then when you bring in the markers and all that shit, they really think they got something. What they don't know is that formulate that all humans got mixed in.
Oh, he talking to Thunder.
Even on Africa, they don't got no motherfucking mix in their motherfucking.
He talking to me, but that ain't what I said.
You see what I'm saying? Listen, Ngozi. So just because some motherfuckers migrated back into Africa, right, and fuck with some indigenous motherfuckers, what that mean? Everybody done did it. You can go all the way to the fucking West Africa and find some Southern Europeans in their shit. So what? What that mean? That's nothing.
It's a different
type of human. It wasn't a million niggas that back migrated in. They tried to make it say the back migration was the Egyptian population. That's not true.
It was part of it.
That's not true.
It was part of it.
That's not true.
Yo said it's not true. I'm done.
What's true is that people migrated back into people already created. And they just mix with them. They ain't the motherfucking. That's crazy as fuck right there.
I heard Waza say that they were different. No, human beings are the same, bro. We're not. It's no different type of human. We are 99.9%.
No, I'm talking about modern human beings. Like,
all modern humans are the same, my brother. But listen, though. Let me just say this: regardless of to what we look like based off selective pressures that we adapted to, people that left out of North Africa, went somewhere else, developed certain traits based off the selective pressures that they were in, came with those unique pressures and mingled with the indigenous population that was there. And we have to understand.
Can you please say that one more time?
I'm saying people who left out of North Africa.
For the slow niggas in the back.
I'm saying they left out of North Africa, They
How
went
many?
through their, they went
How
through
many
their.
people?
I mean,
How
Be
many
quiet.
people? How many people? Hold on, go. This
Keep
is
going,
important,
Ngozi.
Gozy.
Keep going,
Gozy.
This
Ngozi.
is what is
Gozy.
I mean,
Now this
problematic
is
about
important,
racism.
Gozy, for a minute, bro.
Who do they
based off.
meet? Who do they meet?
Hold on.
Nah,
This is what I'm
man,
gonna
come
say.
on.
Keep going,
Ain't
Ngozi.
nobody, ain't nobody out there to
Okay.
meet.
So this is what Uncle saying. So
Say it
based
one
off
more time.
based off evolution and migratory route, human beings or non-Africans that left out were small. They don't have a lot of variants compared to the population that stayed in Africa. We had a lot of variant mutations. This is why a lot of our phenotype is more recent than some of the population outside of Africa. So here's the thing.
Even the Bantu population.
I could be
You guys are just like I am.
I could be boastful enough to say, hold on, listen, bro. I could be boastful enough to say, based off research, right, that Europeans have a lot of old archaic traits that we lack because of the mutations that we continue to have. We spent more time in Africa to have more variants. The population that left out, they didn't develop all those variants. So those mutation variants are much more lower compared to us. They call it deleterious genes compared to the population outside of Africa. So it was a smaller population, but they did go through their own selective pressures. Most of these non-Africans, and they come back in, and indigenous North Africans who were not, they wasn't like us in tropical sub-Saharan Africa. So those early North Africans,
they ain't supposed to be.
Where is
Listen.
the borderline that says that
So why they have to
indigenous
be?
North
See, it's
Africans
all based on.
You
Hold on,
asking
need
bro.
to
Ngozi
look
a
a
question,
certain
man.
way?
Let him answer the question.
Man, y'all niggas is crazy.
No,
as
nigga,
fuck,
just let him answer the question.
So the part this is what Unc talks
I'm
about,
gonna
right?
get
So
the nigga tomorrow,
the indigenous population that he brought up, and I'm glad he brought up. We got Nina Jablonski, the book of the skin, right? We got the skin map, right? So the population that was in this, see, dark skin does not make us the same. Light skin does not make that. That's we don't do that. All of us only got a scientific mind. All of us. So here's the thing: those North Africans, right? Like Unc brought up the skin tone, like some people that was in the upper portions of upper Egypt and then northern Sudan and upper Egypt would have been darker. The ones closer to the Mediterranean would have been lighter, or the ones closer to the Delta would have been lighter. It makes sense. They're human leukoantigens. Because the climate in North Africa is very similar to the Middle East, their immunities would have been the same. This is why Razib said on Garfield's show.
It's not.
No. Listen, bro. This is why Razib said on Garfield's show that the organisms that cross through Arabia are very closer to the organisms in North Africa. And then he also talked about, brought up convergent evolution the other day. So it makes sense that the parallels between the North African and the Middle East will be more similar than the person in tropical sub-Saharan Africa, Ghana, and Nigeria. But that does not make them less African. They are completely African because they have
the
a
first migration out, and who the Aboriginals are in Australia today.
Man, go get a source though, yo. Let me read Frank J. Yurko. I'm gonna read Frank J. Yurko in the same article. Wrote in 1990. It say when you talk about Egypt, it's just not right to talk about black or white. To take the terminology here.
Different.
Come on. Hey, yo, seriously, yo, if I get the button, you know you're gone, right? Matter of fact, tomorrow when I do get the button, you're gone. Just forgetting your motherfucking ass. In the middle, niggas reading.
I've been patient. Hold on, I've been patient for a minute. Let me get in.
Keep going.
I got a question.
I owe you.
Hold on,
No,
Pan
John, let me finish reading, bro. That's bullshit. The mumble rap gonna come in, then everybody try to dive in. Let me read this
They were
again.
trying to read yesterday.
Frank J. Yurko wrote in 1990, when you talk about Egypt, it's just not right to talk about black or white. It's to take the terminology here in the United States and draft it onto Africa is anthropologically inaccurate. Yurko added that we are applying a racial divisiveness to Egypt that they would never have accepted. They would have considered this argument absurd. And that is something we could really learn from. Yurko wrote in 1996 that the peoples of Egypt, the Sudan, and of Northeast Africa are generally regarded as Nilotic, continually, with wide-ranging physical features, complexions, light to dark, various hair and cranial types. In a 1986 article, he elaborated. In short, ancient Egyptians, like modern Egypt, consist of a variety of Hamitic population. It says Bernard Ritz wrote in 1993 to claim that all the Egyptians or even all the pharaohs were black is not valid. Most scholars believe that Egyptians in antiquity look pretty much like they look today, with a gradient of darker shade towards Sudan. Nancy Love wrote in 1999 that studies of skeletal remains indicate that the physical characteristics of the ancient southern Egyptians, I'm going to say it again, that the ancient southern Egyptians and the Nubians were within a range of variations for both ancient and modern indigenous populations of the Sahara and tropical Africa, and that the distribution of population characteristics seems to follow a clinical pattern from south to north, which may be explained by natural selection as well as gene flow between neighboring populations. He also wrote that the archaeological, inscriptural evidence for contact between Egypt and Syro-Palestine suggests that gene flow between these areas was very likely, and that early Nile Valley populations were part of an African lineage, but exhibiting local variations. This is shit I've been saying all along, the whole 9 yards. Like, I ain't never moved off these positions. So don't clump me into nothing. I told y'all like 8 months ago, I'm going with this article right here. I said I fuck with everything in it. I said it 100 times. So tomorrow, we're going to make sure we click the links and read deeper into what these motherfucking scholars are saying.
So is that on Wikipedia?
Yeah, nigga, won't nobody read this shit because everybody playing. Everybody cut and paste. Oh, they stop at not black and white, but they don't tell you the rest of it is in the same. UNESCO said they wasn't black and white, but they was indigenous, homegrown African. They said, no, that's too old. Then I read some up-to-date shit where they say they indigenous African. See, here's where the confusion is coming at. I will say that these are Africans, right? Now, when I say they're Africans, when Ngozi say they're Africans, we're talking as opposed to non-African. I'm going to say this again because the mumble nigga, I'm going to get you, bro. I promise you, yo, on my mother grave, I got you. I'm going to clip you tomorrow. You're going to come out of nowhere. I'm going to see your name and you're going to get got. So when I say African, I mean just that, indigenous African. So there are African and non-African. But when everybody else around me seems to say African, they really mean they are describing non-Africans. And they do it all the time, and it's trick motherfuckers at this point. So when I say indigenous African, I mean, don't talk, I don't want to hear that indigenous African. Yeah, but they got some outside markers. But of course they do. Because markers, period, the whole 9 yards, everything in Africa is mixed. That's not a problem with people migrating back and forth. That's nothing. That's what make you Homo sapien sapien, is the mixtures. Matter of fact, you wouldn't be Homo sapien sapien without the mixtures. Right. There is no such thing as a non-mixed African, but there is a such thing as a non-African. Now, y'all need to figure that shit out.
Okay, you done?
Yeah, and I'm gone. I ain't gonna argue with you after tonight. I'm going to bed because you think you're just the Arabs.
Hey, Thunder.
What's up?
Hey, can I read this right quick before? Okay, so this is from Razub Khan. It's called Ancient Egypt. It's from Gene Expression. Razub Khan is around with Spencer Wells. It says Ancient Egyptians black or white, and this is what he says right here. This is really important. He says about 8,000 years ago, there was a major desertification period in the Sahara Desert. Many trans-Saharan populations may have gone extinct during the time due to rapid climate change. Eventually, the repopulation may have occurred from outside of the Sahara, so that the post-Natufian Levantines and sub-Saharan Africans from what today is called the Sahel pushed up and down the Nile drainage, and also the basic representation of representing and meeting in the zone of Nubia on the boundary of the history of the prehistory of ancient Egypt. This is what he said. So basically, it goes back to those Paleo-Saharics
which Brother Ark was speaking of, the indigenous Africans that was going up and down before the drainage. And then you got these Levantine and Tufians in the Delta. They had a consistent gene flow that has been going on for thousands of years, but they are Africans, regardless to what they look like. But this is what it says.
Motherfuckers can't handle it, Gozy. You a nigga think you gotta have big ass lips and peppercorn hair to be African. That's bullshit.
All right.
And jet black with you can't see yourself when you go outside at night. Good, that's African. Lord knows,
Okay.
don't be light skinned with blue eyes and some
You
straight
told me
hair.
you
You
told me
definitely
you
out
was
African.
done. You said you was done.
Are the Egyptians Arabs? Yes or no? Thunder. Are the Egyptians Arabs? Yes or no?
I'll answer your question after.
Today they are. Today they are Arabs.
Chef, can you?
No, not today.
Chef,
no,
can
not
you?
Today. Not never. Tell him it goes. Not.
Chef. Hey, Chef, can you enable share screen sharing, please?
Not for you, goddamn it.
Oh, that's some
nope. Not for Thunder.
That's fine.
Thunder
All right, fine.
It is. Go ahead,
that fence that you're sitting on, I hope it's not on a post, because that's going to impale you.
So I'm just saying, so I'm kind of understanding what Waza is saying, and I'm in agreement with him based on, it's kind of like y'all saying that Africans couldn't have gotten pushed down by a population that they wasn't agreeing of, that they seen phenotypically that wasn't them. Like as far as mixture, that's how you have a lot of us, as far as like in species, they look at people from a different thing, and that's how they differentiate. So when they created the Arab, whatever, this is later on, y'all acting like that history of the Arabs coming in and pushing them down didn't happen.
All
like,
right.
I mean, you can use genetics all you want, but what about the history that said that they came in and pushed them down?
No, it's not like what happened in the United States. There's no evidence of
Okay,
that.
man, listen.
And the evidence,
I'm
you
supposed to be talking right. I'm supposed to have the floor. You had the floor for like 5 minutes.
Come on, Thunder, stop
no,
yelling. Thunder,
you come on. Why
Thunder,
can't
how you gonna? Thunder, how you gonna act like that, yo? You gotta calm down, yo. This my shit,
The
nigga.
Horners
Chill.
look the way they do for
I got you.
They believe.
I got you,
Horners
Thunder.
believe that they are the original Arabs.
All right, man. Let's Thunder go. Man, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know why that nigga
and
got like
Oman,
I don't know, Thunder. He like a superhero movie voice, yo.
Time.
Go ahead, Thunder. Wiser is crazy.
Yeah, I
Get
don't
him
know
out
what's
of here.
going on with that cat. Listen,
I don't know how he do it.
Can y'all see this
Let
map?
Thunder go.
Yeah, go ahead, Thunder.
All right, fine. Now, you got this is the what I said. What a title at? It's the J haplogroup, right? So what I'm looking at is like this is my theory, and I'm sure I would
Your
have.
theory?
Hold on,
your theory, yo.
Listen, what I'm saying. This is my theory, and I'm sure I would have most, if not all. They go Waza again. Well, go ahead and talk, Waza.
Hey, no, Waza, let Thunder go. Thunder got a point. Let Thunder
go on, Thunder. Go on, Thunder.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for your permission, bro. So when we have the J marker, we're looking at this huge concentration right here, where it's the Arabs, Yemen. You got your Arabs in Oman. You got your Arabs in Saudi. You got your Arabs in Israel. You got your Arabs in Lebanon. You got your Arabs in Syria. You got your Arabs in Sudan, et cetera, et cetera. You got your Arabs in Egypt, right?
Yes, sir.
When you see that off the top, that tell me, and not to mention all of this other color, all this greenery. So you definitely have a higher concentration here, and it fades, and it fades.
I'll tell you that one pushed out.
Now, I am of the opinion, and goes, if I'm wrong, you can clearly tell me that it was. I guarantee you there was a connection here, and you see there's a slight drift.
That's a fact.
And we're looking at the Arabian Peninsula here. I am of the opinion that this marker was in this area and spread throughout this region. I am of the opinion.
You moving your cursor crazy.
It started right here, or at least it got very much concentrated. If it even started here, fine. But the concentration
Near the
right
Red
here,
Sea. Near the
and
Red Sea.
and we got it going right here in the Middle East and North Africa. And I'm saying that the migration happened right here at this bridge and at this bridge, the Sinai Peninsula.
So brother Thunder, so let's all build. Let's follow the timeline, right? So according to research, you can look up everything I'm saying as I go along, right?
No sweat.
Haplogroup J dominates the Arabian Peninsula in the Bronze Age with the Chalcolithic culture. They start to disperse and they start to really dominate that area from near the Caucasus of Iran and Armenia, pre-Armenia. Haplogroup J, when it first developed, it developed near the Black Sea. It splits. Haplogroup I went into Europe. Haplogroup J went down from the Caucasus and started to dominate. It really dominates the Arabian Peninsula around probably 6,500 years ago, right? And it started, first it hit the Levant. But here's the thing. There was a bottleneck in the Levant for the Natufians. If you look up Natufians, right, and you go to genetics, the Natufians was haplogroup E. They had
who do you consider Natufians in Africa today?
The closest population to the Natufians, they was EM215. So the closest population to them, they would be like a Horn or a Somali. It wouldn't be a Yoruba or Igbo or nobody in Western Central Africa.
Yeah.
It'd also be the people in Socotra, because if you look up basal Eurasian DNA, they said that the Natufian-like DNA was very similar to the sister group in Yemen, which is the population in Socotra. If you look up people in Socotra, you can see what's going on. But that's autosomal DNA. That's not their paternal markers. So what I'm trying to say is that if you follow haplogroup J, it comes in the Bronze Age. Now, most of the modern Egyptians to this day is still mainly E. They're more North African than Northern Sudanese man. Northern Sudanese man, a haplogroup J at almost 40-something to 50%. But modern Egyptians, regardless of how light they are, because we don't base things off lookership, they're more indigenous North African because they have the EM78 at a higher percentage. You can
Okay. Amir, let me put you.
No, hold on. Let me finish. What I'm saying is that so we don't see a penetration.
Quit giving nigga permission. Just shut the fuck up.
So
we
don't see a penetration of foreign men dominating Egypt like that. Those dudes have a consistent genetic continuity that's been consistent for a long time, that EM78 marker. But here's the thing. Now, Wilder did bring up something that was, Thunder did bring up something that was interesting. Jay did not just hit Egypt in the Arab time period. The Hyksos, who were very closer to those early layers of a pre-Arab population, brought Jay in.
We go.
We can't forget about that. You also had Neolithic expansions of J that was escaping certain situations from Mesopotamia that was inserting J in. So J always lingered his way into that Nile Valley area, especially J1 or J1C3. So J wasn't, so when you talk about Egypt, yes, it was an indigenous EM78 marker, but foreign men did come in. So I wouldn't say that, again, haplogroups doesn't determine, because some Arabs are E1B1A, some Arabs are E1B1B, some Arabs is haplogroup T. Even though haplogroup J is the most dominant
question. When does you said that the first from what you understand, the first J marker comes in with the Hyksos? What did you say?
No, they could have came in with Hyksos. A lot of the Hyksos or foreign rulers.
Okay, I understand. So when did the Hyksos get into Africa?
The Hyksos came in peacefully in 11th dynasty, and they take over in the 15th dynasty until the 18th dynasty. So we're looking at 3,800 years ago, or possibly 4,000 years ago.
Okay, so before the Hyksos comes in with the J marker, what's going on in that area before then?
Well, a lot of the indigenous markers was done. It was EM78 and some early haplogroup T, because the pre-Pottery Neolithic B culture expanded back in. Haplogroup T is also.
I got an E marker in my DNA, right?
Yeah.
So, and
Yo,
if I showed you what I look
Hey,
like,
Ramesses, why you keep going
no,
back
I'm
to
just
that,
trying to.
Ramesses?
I'm just see Thunder, see where I'm going with it.
Sosa, let me
Absolutely
explain what happened with you because I got the same marker. I'm E1B1A. We do share a paternal marker with Ramesses III. But here's the thing: haplogroup E1B1A, when it first developed into EV38 before mutating into M2 in Western Central Africa, we don't come from Sub-Saharan Africa. I'm just here to admit, E is not a Sub-Saharan African marker. So the thing is, so what I'm saying is that haplogroup E or E1B1A that we have is shared with EM215, which is E1B1B. It's split somewhere. Where did it split? Now, what they're finding out now, and according to Michael Hammer and geneticists, they're finding out that the markers that we have in tropical Western Central Africa are late downstreams of E1B1A. There's another clade of E1B1A that's still in East Africa that never left. It's called E1B1A2 or E1B1C.
This is all isolative. What are your time periods? What are your time periods?
Hold on. I'm almost finished. It's absent of the M2 mutation. So we look at the molecular clock and we look at the estimation rates of these mutations. We have to understand that some things within the layer or the gaps is postulated, but we do know that there's a mutation range within EM2. So what I'm trying to say is that the reason why Ramesses III had E1B1A and you got it and we got it is because we share a common ancestor that's split in the Sahara. But whoever Ramesses was, his people never went south of that Sahara. Our ancestors did, and as we went south of that Sahara, we mixed with Mesolithic hunter-gatherers and ghost populations, later on forming our own cluster. So he was just an E that was still in the Sahara that never left from that early Paleo-Saharic population, aka the Kefians or the pre-Kefians that inserted E1B1A south. So even we are hybrids. So Ramesses III, even though we do share a common ancestor with Ramesses III because we're E1B1A, his ancestors didn't get in touch with a lot of the components that we got.
Just tell these people why you say we. You say we all the time. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about us as African people. What else could I talk about? I'm talking about the paternal marker that we have, which is E1B1A, that's shared Ramesses III. His people did not get touched with the components that we got touched in as we went south of the Sahara. We have to think about sickle cell. In the second phase of the Holocene glacier period, man developed sickle cell to fight off malaria around 7,500 years ago, before going south. Then we have to think about.
Does he have a J marker?
That's a West African.
No,
African American trait.
Ramesses III was E1B1A. No, he was E1B1A, but a lot of the
so
other.
That means he didn't go further north either, right? Or he
no, he went east and
not
north.
all Africans suffer from that sickle cell trait.
No, they don't, bro. It's different strands of sickle cell. Listen, when you talk about hemoglobin 2A and 2B gene, I don't want to get into that right now. It's
That's
different
what I'm saying. Why is it, dog? Your questions be taking niggas off what what we talking about, man.
Yeah, man. So what I'm trying to tell my brother is no, Ramesses III was E1B1A. But again, his people never went south and developed the late downstream mutations that we got. So for example, if you look up Shamlanka grave, SHUM Lanka, LANKA grave in Cameroon, they sequenced the DNA of those mummies that was down there going back to 8,000 years. They said they were absent of E1B1A. If you look up the Kefians, it was the Kefian population of that Green Sahara that gave us E1B1A. But some of those dudes never left that Sahara and they went east towards the Nile with those other Saharic populations. So this is when we get into the scientific article called Peopling of the Early Green Sahara. What are the markers of the early Green Sahara? EM78, E1B1A, R1B, which came in through Southern Europe around 7,000 years ago and inserted into the Sahara, and also haplogroup A that was
That's
living around.
disingenuous, Gozy, because a lot of these guys don't know what you're talking about.
They do though. Trust me.
No
they understand. So all I'm saying is that haplogroup E is a Paleo-Saharic or North African marker. Western Central Africans, we are hybrids. What I mean by hybrids, not as a species. I'm saying we are a mixture ourselves, and our human leuco antigens is very far off and distant than people in North Africa. Different mixing, different situations, different environmental factors. We are our own group. Go ahead.
And that's where I would disagree. That's where
no,
I would disagree.
No, why is it? We are.
When it comes to markers.
Why is it? Listen.
We never seen Egypt. Our ancestors never knew nothing about Egypt. We were our own people. We were separated from the Sahara.
How can you say that, Ngozi? How can you say that and actually believe it?
This is what I'm trying to tell you, Waza.
What are you saying? Are you saying that we mixed with some Egyptians, bro? What are you
No,
saying?
I'm saying that there was the people that Ngozi's talking about were in Egypt or North Africa.
What people you talking about?
Before that marker became diverse and isolative. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's what I was trying. That's what I was trying to pinpoint. He kind of like says it, but I don't like. And Ngozi does confuse it because you have to kind of simplify kind of some of the stuff you say in Ngozi. That's what he's saying. But what I want to see, what the key to what he said to me
was there some sort of imaginary borderline that
No,
Black
I'm not.
Africans could not
No,
progress
I'm not even.
North
I'm
Africa?
not even basing it
Somehow.
off color. Listen, I'm not basing it off color because the haplogroup E1B1A carrying people, when they looked up the fossils of those old Kefians, they look nothing like what we look like now. So we're not even going to get into that. I'm not even going to. It's not a color thing at all. But what I'm saying is that we do share a common ancestor with some layers of ancient Egyptian components from the
Every
Great Sahara.
single human being shares a common ancestor.
Bro, listen, you're not understanding what I'm saying. We're talking about haplogroup E, and I'm talking about our haplogroup E, E1B1A, and I'm not talking about the most common haplogroup E that's in Egypt, which is EM78. What I'm saying is that some layers of the ancient Egyptians' DNA is an old Paleo-Saharan component, right? But another layer of their DNA, because they mix with other people, because Egypt is a transcontinental country, comes from the Near East. The people that we descend from, it's part of that Paleo-Saharan population, because E went south, but we were separated for a long time and had nothing to do with those people up there. We are our own people with our own clusters. Those dudes that stayed in that delta and stayed in Egypt, they kept mingling with people from the Near East, especially their mitochondrial DNA. We wasn't even screwing the same women. Their women were highly urine. They had more ties with the Near East and Middle East than they did with tropical sub-Saharan Africa. We had our own situation and our own stuff going. That's all. But that doesn't denounce them.
So let's focus on the topic. Do you think Egyptians were not black at its inception?
When you say black, bro, their skin tone range from brown to light, and they're all
You see,
African.
I understand.
Okay, so you're talking about from brown to Libyan, Libyan white, or
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm talking about if you look up people of Luxor right now, like the Sadi people, the Gurner, Gurna people, or you look up the people in the Delta, which is the Reed people. They have a light olive skin, dark hair.
Even
dark
there,
eyes.
when you say Delta, you're going to West Africa.
No, bro, I'm not. No, I'm talking about the Delta of the Nile.
On the Nile, he just talking about on the Nile.
Delta is in
my bad.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
So listen. I'm trying to get something simplified here, right? So listen. When you say that, like, okay, so what I'm saying is, when you say light skin, you're talking about in the scope of just the African variations.
No. Here's the thing, my brother. Sosa.
You just call me James.
Okay, brother James. So here's the thing, King. You had people with that SLC2485 mutation, alanine turns into thionine, that back migrated back into the Nile probably around 7,500 years ago. But it didn't.
Thank you.
It did not disperse or dominate. And even though, like for example, ultraviolet radiation in tropical sub-Saharan Africa.
You're going back too far.
No. I'm trying to simplify for him. Ultraviolet radiation in the northern portions of what we call northern Egypt is different than the ultraviolet radiation in zone 1, going closer to equatorial Africa. So what I'm saying is that we have to understand these people were eating the same types of food as the people in the Near East.
No.
I'm not. No, listen. They have been breeding with the same type of people, primarily the women. It's like, for example, so I bring it up in the quickest terms. If me and you, right, we E1B1A.
That's James. That's James, Dr. Goes down too.
Brother James. Okay, Brother James. If we E1B1A, and let's say me and you go to Puerto Rico, right? And we leave and we go to the western part of Puerto Rico, not the eastern part, because in the eastern part of Puerto Rico,
you have a lot of strong African components there, like in Carolina, Puerto
Yeah,
Rico.
but when did the
no,
African
bro,
component
bro,
come into Puerto Rico? And it
no,
changed the
I'm
whole
not. I'm
dynamic
not talking.
of
I'm
the way
trying.
these guys look.
Why are you
They are
cutting my
not
wisdom?
indigenous
I
anymore.
don't know. It just seems like Wiser believes that he is comparable to Ngozi, and I don't think anybody would say that. You know what I'm saying?
No, I know. I'm trying to get my brother to understand it.
This
I'm
man
just
got
using.
20, 30 years in the game, man. Like, why you don't just do more listening and talking?
Yeah, just listen, Wilder. Just listen for 1 second. If you disagree, that's fine, brother. Let me just say this. So let's say me and my brother James, all of us on here, we E1B1A. We go to Puerto Rico. We leave babies behind in Puerto Rico, right? All those boys that have E1B1A, right? Our human leukoantigens, the way our immunities express itself based off certain conditions we have is we have high affinities to people in sub-Saharan tropical West and Central Africa. But let's say that our sons, we breed with women that have more genetic affinities to the Mediterranean. And those babies are being born for the last 400 to 500 years. Even though they got this African E1B1A, by the time 400 to 500 years come, autosomally speaking, there's going to be distinct because you do have Puerto Rican man that's 60 to 70% Mediterranean, but they have a sub-Saharan Y chromosome that's E1B1A because we know that Africans were imported or forced into Puerto Rico at one time. We all know that. So what I'm saying is that those people in the northern parts of Egypt, they have been mingling with people that have been going backwards and forwards.
How do Puerto Ricans look ethnically? With that recent, recent.
No, but all that's fine and go. You know what I'm saying? But check it out, though. You use the source documentation to kind of make an argument as well. Like you can go into the genetics, and we know that's a recent tool that we're using to try to figure all of this out.
Genetic markers are isolative.
Hold on, Wiser.
Hey, Wiser, you gotta let him speak. Wiser, I want to hear what my brother's saying. Go ahead, bro.
So what I'm saying is, we know that the DNA science is fairly new, right? But we also have source documentation that used to be a standard to try to make sense of some of this as well. So you cannot just totally discard source documentation and just go totally with what DNA says to make a claim. That's all I'm saying. Because what I'm saying, brother, is like when the Egyptians depicted themselves, they did not depict themselves as Libyans. So that's why I asked you. That's why I asked you were you just talking about in the scope of an African
DNA marker is going to be attributed to
Hey, Wiser, you can't cut the brother wisdom.
He don't even give a shit when somebody else talking. I ain't
That's
never
why
seen
I
no
was
nigga like that.
asking you, Ngozi, were you referring to in the scope of how we can, our color fluctuation? Because I would totally agree with that. And then you do have to add an admixture of certain people. Just like when you start talking about slavery in America, everybody didn't get raped. You see what I'm saying? Because if that's the case, I wouldn't just have 5% European DNA. I would have 30 or 40%. I'm like 91.6% sub-Saharan African.
Hey, that's
you're gonna. So you
DNA.
Can't just say, okay, but that DNA is good.
It doesn't
Hey,
matter.
why
you African American or white or indigenous.
Okay, y'all go ahead.
Hey, why you cut the brother?
Matter of fact, it goes. Let him just talk, man. Go ahead and talk, Wiser.
USA.
Chef, you gotta boot Wiser, man. He's fucking up.
Yeah, he gotta go, bro. I mean, he is a nuance. He's a nuance, man.
Yeah, Wiser fucking up the flow. He just don't give a damn who talking.
I mean, he don't give a shit who talking. And Gold's got 30 years in the game. This nigga here just joined like 2 months ago, and we supposed to listen to him over in Ngozi. Come on, man.
Brother, he just want to express himself. He in the UK.
Man. Listen, if John Henry
Ngozi is a good brother.
If John Henry Clark was still alive and up here, how many times you think Wiser would have damn talked? I think he would have talked over John Henry Clark, dog.
He probably would have.
Give a fuck. I mean, come on, man. Nobody want to hear what he got to say. Not over in Ngozi.
Hey, no, our brother just want to express, but let me just say this. I definitely agree with you, my brother. When it comes to the slave trade, with us over here in the West, we have to understand after 1865, there was also an underground slave trade where more Africans were being imported here. A lot of African Americans that spent more time in North America have more genetic ties with Europeans. Like a lot of these lighter skinned African Americans, in some layers, it can be recent mixture with Europeans, but in some layers, it's because they've been side by side with Europeans longer than some of our darker populations because they kept importing recent sub-Saharan Africans, especially a lot of Nigerians, especially when the Hausa took over after 1865. But that's another story. But I lost my train of thought. Well, no. So I agree with you. We can't deny archaeology in certain trades. Like for example, when you talked about the Egypt, I'm not denying none of that. I'm not just you're going to use genetics because genetics isn't the only thing we have to use. We have to use what we see in pre-dynastic Egypt, the pre-dynastic graves that matches with the Neolithic Eurasian graves. We also have to look at the Battle of Megiddo after the Hyksos, when Tutmosis imported a whole lot of Mitanni people from the Near East End. We have to also look at the ties that pre-dynastic Egypt had with, especially in the Naqada period, with pre-Iranian populations. That it's a lot of layers of mixing that has been going on for thousands of years, and I do agree with you. Some people wasn't touched by the mixtures. So for someone to say that there was no black people there, or what we call black or dark skinned people, that would be pseudo because there was a dark population there. But we also can't denounce the population that was Eurasian that was being hit and they kept mixing. That also was there.
Yeah, okay, but see what I'm saying is when we using the other part of it, which is what the people are saying, they're telling you when the Hyksos came. They're giving you a time period when these foreign people first come into contact with them. They're not saying that they're not saying that they just knew about them. They said they came into contact with them at a certain period. Just like when they mentioned the live, that's all that basically we have to go on. But when they start depicting themselves early, the Hyksos is nowhere around.
Right. So here's the thing.
How many years are they in existence before they even mention the Hyksos? If you ask that.
Yeah. So from early dynastic period, let's go into the Badarian period, into the Naqada period, Naqada 1, 2, and 3, before the Hyksos or the Hyksos come in. Because the Hyksos come in the 11th dynasty. That's around probably what 2800 BC, which is 4,800 years ago, or possibly 2000 BC, 4,000 years ago, before they take over in the 15th dynasty and rule into the 18th dynasty. So here's the thing: even before the Hyksos come in, if we follow the Naqada period, you can see Mesopotamian or pre-Iraqi/Iranian influence that's inserted into that period, especially in the Naqada 3 period, right? This is before the Hyksos. The Hyksos is a whole other type of another layer of Eurasians, because you got to think about it. The Hyksos, when they came in, especially when they came in and dominated, they learned something from another group of people. They learned how to deal with the chariots, and they learned how to deal with the chariots from the Hurrians near the Black Sea. And this is when they came in and started to dominate before they came in peacefully in 11th dynasty, before they took over in the 15th dynasty. So even before the Hyksos even come in as foreign rulers, you already had some Near Eastern ties there. So yes, I do agree. The Egyptians is telling you a story already in North Africa. Even when they depict the Lebu or the Libyans, they are showing you that a white-like people exist there. They showing you pictures on the wall of a people that exist in the Delta or west of them in Libya who are fair-skinned, but they were part of North Africa. And the Egyptians did depict themselves as being reddish brown. Yes, they did. But they also are letting you know a story. South of them, you have these extremely darker people that they label as the Nahisi. North of them or west of them, you have these people that look like the Libyans who were fair-skinned. And then and in the eastern part of them, you have the Amu, which is the Asiatics who look like pre-Arab groups or Arabian type people, the average Arab-looking person. And then you have the indigenous Remech, which is the Egyptians who depict themselves as being reddish brown. Sometimes they show they women ranging from the same color, and sometimes they women more being fair-skinned. But even amongst that phenotype, because we don't want to base things off lookership, mixing was occurring even before then, because that's just art. That's just art. When you start looking at their skeletons, when you start looking at what they said about certain people in the Delta, or you look at those pan graves, it looks unfamiliar and outside of the continent, even though you do have people that's from the continent that's merging all together. You get what I'm trying to say?
All right, and goes. This is what I got. So, like I said, this is my. Can y'all see the map? Y'all can see the map, right?
Right.
Sir, brother.
This is my argument, and I think it's ironclad. Me personally, you know what I'm saying. But this is my argument. I always want to, and I learned this from Jabari with Garfield. Man, he was saying that Garfield didn't make good arguments. So I had to learn. I had to understand what that actually meant. So this is. I'm trying to, and I need Ngozi, I need you to help me with my argument. I don't think I need it, but maybe so. So my argument is you got Arab Algeria, you got Arabs Morocco, you got Arab Libya, you got Arab Egypt, you got Arab this, Arab that, right? My point is, I'm saying that these two land bridges is what's responsible for these Middle Easterners getting over here to this continent. The Sinai Peninsula and right over here between Ethiopia and Yemen. So when you looking at that J marker, of course it's prevalent over here all through the Sudan, all that stuff, right? And it's just right here. You look at the Turks, you look at the Iranians, the Georgians, you look at all these people, if they stood side by side, Pakistan, if they stood side by side, these niggas are twins.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, Egypt is no different, in my opinion, than the Kurds, than the Syrians, or none other. I think all of these are the same people. And the only reason why you would consider this Africa, don't consider Egyptians Africans, is because they are located on the continent of Africa. So the same. I use my same argument with the white people in South Africa. Are those Africans? I would say no. Those are Dutch / Portuguese / Europeans that have migrated to South Africa, and of course they're growing. It's like 6-7 million people there right now, so they're definitely growing. So it's going to be the same. So, but I don't view those people as African, and I view Egypt and all of these North African countries the same exact way.
Okay, so Thunder, I get what you're saying. So here's the thing, right? Let's look up, and you're absolutely correct.
I agree with Thunder on that.
Yeah,
you agree with that? Okay.
I agree.
Hold on, but here's the thing.
The deal is you don't understand that that's now.
Yeah, that's not. But let me just say this, Thunder and Sosa, though. Culturally, modern Egyptians and North Africans are Arab. They practice the Arab culture overall. They're part of the Arab League. Culturally, they are Arabs. But genetically, the average North African don't have a high level of J. See, this is why we can't base it off, what people look like. But J did dominate. Don't get it twisted. It did in some layers. But let's say, like, if you look up the genetics of Morocco is 80% E. Algeria is 70% E. Libya is 60% E. Egypt is haplogroup E at 58%, and they're more E than Northern Sudanese men. Now, the Habesha Ethiopians, they have J because a lot of those people mixed with Oxamites who had ties with Saba at the Bronze Age, which gave them that Semitic language, which we know as the Habesha language. Yeah, they call it Ethio-Semitic, which is Habesha, which is Giz, because they intermingle. But the Somali, who are Horners, their haplogroup E3B at 70 to 80%. Right. Yeah. So when you look up, so even though these people look similar to these people, we got to think about it. They breed with the same, they breed up the same type of women. They have been trading for thousands of years. The haplogroup wouldn't really be a determining factor. Because if we base it off the haplogroup or the SNP, the average Moroccan is not even an Arab. Because they're EM81 at 80%. You can look it up right now.
No, that ain't my argument. I'm with you, but I'm still saying that.
But culturally, they are Arab, Brother Thunder. Yes.
Culturally, of course. But I'm saying, when I'm looking at Algeria, Tunisia, all these people have the same. It's just a continuation, bro. I don't.
But see, Thunder, that's why it's important for us to understand convergent evolution.
And when you deal with convergent evolution, it's like a bat and a bird. A bat is a mammal, yet and still it knows how to fly. You can have two separate organisms that develop in the same similar conditions and look extremely similar, but be genetically different. And I'm just using that with other organisms. When it comes to these humans, North Africa climate and the Middle East is very similar. And human beings just don't migrate backwards and forth. Animals do too. So a lot of the customs and diet is the same. When you go into Morocco, these people have been breeding with Neolithic Europeans for over 7,000 years, especially through Gibraltar, hiding in the Atlas Mountains, where humans were finding refugium together. When you go into Egypt, they have genetic ties or affinities with the Near East, and this has been going on for a long time, for a very long time. So it gets real tricky, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay. You about to say something, Jay?
No, something popped up on my screen.
Yeah, mine too. But yeah. So I don't know. When I'm looking at Egypt and I'm looking at the Sudan right here, I'm looking at Niger. Dog, you look at you. To me, it is clear. It is clear as a crystal that these 3, 4, 5 groups of people are not the same people, man. They just not. When I'm looking at Egypt, when you look at North Egypt and South Egypt, you could tell those are not the same people. They're just not. Yeah. These are a bunch of damn Arabs.
That's exactly what they are right now.
But the thing
is, I'm talking about now.
Before you go,
I agree with you on now. They are a bunch of Arabs. I definitely
before you
agree.
go, Amir, let me ask you. Let me ask you this. Now, if I put up a 23andMe and I came up 97%, whatever. Let's see what's on here. Ghanaian, right? If I was the Egyptian and my DNA is 97% Arab or Middle East, not Arab, Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the case for a litany of the people that's located right there. What am I to conclude?
Yeah, I mean,
those are Arabs.
We ain't talking about 60%, 55%, but we talking 97, 99%.
Yep. Yeah. But check this out. Let me ask some Gozi a question.
Go ahead.
I took my DNA test, right? And it says that I have 0% Arab in me.
Yeah.
0. So how is that possible if we all been mixed?
No. 23andMe and Ancestry, the autosomal DNA.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't do that.
Did you hear me? Did you hear me? 23andMe and Ancestry DNA autosomally, it only goes back 1,000 years. Your haplogroup is your deep ancestral lineage. Do me a favor. Pull up your paternal marker and see what it says about why you and Ramesses III, when you and Ramesses III have the same paternal marker.
Because they say he share ancient. Him and Ramesses share an ancient paternal.
You can't denote that though. What you saying is mine.
Right.
I remember that.
Yeah. So here's the thing. So that your paternal your haplogroups. Paternal Y chromosomes don't recombine, so it can go back further with deep ancestral lineage. But that only makes up less than 1% of your DNA. But when it comes to your autosomal DNA, right? According to 23andMe, it only goes back 1,000 years. So all these North Africans, when they take a DNA test, that should be telling them that they're 90% North African Middle East. They call it MENA, Middle East North Africa. That's what they call it. And they have a genetic continuity between the Arabian Peninsula, Levant, and North Africa. So most of these Egyptians and Moroccan people, they're taking a DNA test. They get happy, and it says 90% North Africa. There's a distinction between the populations in south of the Sahara, which is sub-Saharan Africa. They have a genetic continuity that's been consistent up there for only 1,000 years based off what we have from the samples that's being used.
So they hold up. You just said, I don't understand if I'm tripping or something, but you're saying that the DNA from the people in North Africa has only been there 1,000 years.
No. The samples that's being used, the samples that's being used been consistent because it only goes back 1,000 years. So, but if you go back further in time, let's say people get their raw data right from 23andMe and they put their DNA in GEDmatch, right, or GED match, right? When they put it in GEDmatch,
it breaks down the components of what's actually indigenous North African and what came from Anatolian farmers. So what I'm saying is that genetic, when you deal with genes, that's why I like what all of y'all say. We can't just really deal with genetics alone because that shit comes in segments. Because when the average Moroccan or Egyptian put his raw data in GEDmatch, it'll say 33% Ibero-Mauritian.
Okay, so let me ask you this:
farmers.
if this DNA test only go back 1,000 years, how did they match me up with Ramesses? Isn't that older than 1,000 years?
No, because that's your haplogroup. Haplogroups on DNA tests can go further because it's your deep ancestral lineage, and it doesn't recombine when they're using the principal cluster analysis.
They're saying that you're EV38. I think you're EV38, right?
Yeah, he EV38.
Yeah, I'm EV38.
Right, that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, not your autosomal. Your haplogroups go further back in time, and they can give you a better postulation on that further back in time than your overall autosomal DNA or your DNA composition, which is your total DNA.
But you know, just to think about this, 1,000 years is a long ass time and goes for me not to be having no zero Arab DNA. You know what I mean? But hold up, but check it out. But then I got some European DNA.
Yes.
See, I know how that happens.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is, if this mixing was going on that long, I would have thought that I would have some type of Arab DNA.
No, the reason why you don't have any Arab DNA is because you come from populations from Western Central Africa. They don't have a large gene flow from North Africa or the early Middle East.
I mean, look at the map show you that.
Right, but hold on. But see, this is what I'm talking about. This is the evidence that we need to be talking about. So you're talking about way back in time. But if you look right now, if you go across the Sahara and you could draw a line, it's Arabs in those areas now, Mali, all the way to Morocco.
Yeah.
That's what Thunder's talking about. So hold up. What I'm saying is that's evidence that Africa the line of particular species of Africans versus whatever these people you want to call them, it fluctuates based on time. Now we can use modern time like Mexico. They got beat down in Mexico at one time. But now I'm in Texas, bro. When I was young, we didn't see many Mexicans here in Texas. But now they have come back and taken over this land, procreation and coming back in proximity to the border.
Been there though. They've been there.
No, this is what I'm telling you, Thunder. When I was young,
listen. I understand what you're saying.
It was not many Mexicans here, bro.
Listen. I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying the comeback is the part where you need to focus on that. Them two words, the comeback. You know that they was there.
No, they wasn't here. That's what I'm telling you,
bro.
They got the Mexican American.
I'm not talking about when you was a little kid, dog. I ain't talking about no 80s. I'm talking about damn 500-600 years ago. You know them Hispanic people. You know before pre-America.
Okay, yeah, they was here then. What I'm talking about is the Texas Mexican American War, where they beat them down and took over Texas. California, they took that from them, bro, and they made them
come
push them
back.
down.
That's my point. But my point is, they took it from them. You saw they were there before.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying. When they did that, the people left and they migrated back south.
They migrated south after the Mexican
War. So
what
I'm saying is in Kemet, it's the same thing applies. When war comes, motherfuckers ain't leaving their wife and their kids around. They going away from the danger. This happens in all civilizations. I don't understand why we excluding some of the things that we know just by looking at nature and just going with certain scientific matters when you could just look at nature. If male lions are fighting, the women get out of fucking town and to the males thing. How do they know that?
Listen,
same thing with humans.
What you're doing is saying that Mexicans weren't in your neighborhood, so they weren't in Texas.
Bro, they wasn't nowhere around, bro. I'm telling you.
Nobody on this earth will believe that Texas was void of Mexicans at any point in life.
They had a very low population.
Nobody will say that.
Nobody. Where you from?
I'm from Augusta, Georgia.
See, it ain't no you the only thing you got more than you was an ocean. So you don't know. But I know because I'm here in Texas. We got a border right here, bro.
All right.
And back long time ago,
let me just look up. Let me look up the Mexican. Let me look up the Hispanic
ask
population
any brother
of
in California.
Texas.
Ask brothers on the coastline what they
Let me look
see.
up the Hispanic population of Texas. The demographics, bro. We
ain't talking about now. Go back to when they had the Mexican American War and see what. Just think you ain't gonna let your enemy stay in your territory. You gonna kick their ass out. I don't trust you. This is common sense.
No, you're gonna kick some of them out. You ain't gonna kick all of them out.
Yeah, but the majority. But that's what I'm saying. So they repopulated now, bro. We coming from segregation. You got to think. See, I don't know. Y'all don't be thinking about how modern day shit you can see, and then apply that to ancient times. We can see stuff right now that's going on. I'm telling you, Mexicans was not here in the population that they are here now. And they wasn't a major factor. We had all the jobs, slavery. They didn't need no motherfucking Mexicans.
Yeah, ancient time ain't work like that. You know, Egypt was a pretty thriving place. So if that type of shit
I'm talking about
happen,
during wartime,
but
areas.
Yeah, but when the war came in, you talking about a small army, like they ain't bringing their wives. Them a small population of people. Just, you know what I mean? The people that mostly gonna flee gonna be the elites. Those are the people that's gonna get out of town dip early. You know what I'm saying?
It's right here and what is that? What is that? Ukraine, the elites is just leave. That's all this league.
I'm saying now you're doing ancient shit with motherfucker with tanks and drones and all type of other shit.
Human behavior does not change, bro.
But that mechanism changed though, bro. That's what he's saying.
So you believe if I knew some danger was gonna happen, you don't think I'm gonna try to tell my wife and kids to get somewhere where it's safe if I gotta stay up here in battle? I'm gonna leave them right there in harm's way.
Of course, because you like to use America, for example. The only reason it didn't work with the Indians because they got sick and died from disease. But they didn't slaughter the goddamn population, they just died off. They keep them to work the shit because, for one, you're in new territory, you got new land, you got new crops. Shit's written in different languages. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole bunch of shit that goes on, so they need those.
Google the Trail of Tears, bro. Google that. See how all that went down. That wasn't just no damn war. Same thing with Texas, dog. I mean, dog, the Hispanic population in Texas has always been. I mean, has it grown? Like maybe, but it ain't never been zero.
First-hand experience that they lying.
I'm with you, bro, but I'm just saying you're not gonna come on here and tell me that it was a zero population.
I didn't say zero.
Hispanic.
They had a minimal population.
What you call minimal? 2-3 million?
I don't know, but I know they wasn't a factor. They not here in Texas. I'm in North Texas. They were not a factor as far as the population here.
Well, North Texas, yeah, maybe. What about South Texas? Exactly.
In southern Texas, they may be more than likely, based on mathematics and geographics, they would probably be more prominent down there. But I'm telling you, based on the line where the same place they trying to build that fence at, they wasn't trying to have too many Mexicans up here, bro. You got to think about the war that they had. I learned this shit in high school. They tell you about that shit. Santa Ana, Alamo, all that shit. I'm right here. We learned that history. They beat them up. Matter of fact, they beat them all the way down to the city of Mexico. That's how far they had took that territory, and they just relinquished that shit back to them and let them have where they wanted to fixate the border at. America had went all the way down to where Mexico City is right now.
I'll catch up y'all tomorrow. For sure. Peace, y'all.
All right,
so that's what I'm saying, man. We got to recognize the fluctuation of borders. That's all I'm saying. Shit don't just stay the same.
No zero population. I
didn't say zero.
It wasn't insignificant like you trying to make it, bro. I'm not gonna believe.
I will look into this, and I will definitely. No, I'm not gonna be able to do it tonight. But when I look into it, and I try to bring some evidence so you can see. Because I don't like to just
show me where where the Hispanic population in Texas